Hello? Hi! How's everyone doing? Hi Josh, hi Mizu, hi Ramen, hi Nautilus, hi Strawberry, hi DJ! Hello! How are we going? We're ready to blow this whole thing wide open. We're gonna do the trial. We're gonna win. I hope. Ah! Anima-san Nani! Thank you so much for following! Hi! Welcome, welcome! Oh my god, I just got deafened by the in-game audio. Also, I didn't realize we had extra outfits. But these are so cute. The Shams one? Wait, no, let me... Who let him do this? Who allowed this? Yeah. It is lovely to have you with us. We are a fair way into the game, so fair warning for big spoilers. Just the Sato's closet. This looks really good. His little cat mask. I can't cope with this. Did you know that the eyes on his mask glow like his goggles? That is so poggers. Anyway, I wish that we'd had Susato and Ryu in their little outfits for the investigation portion. I think that would have been really cute since they match with irises. But we'll leave everyone in their default outfit since we are going into court and it feels most appropriate. But I love them. Okay. Huh? Why? I suggest you turn on Ryu's DLC outfit actually? Okay. The little Chinosuke. Alright. Chinosuke's are so cool, gotta steal some from Big Brother Shams. Love it. Alright. Okay, trial part 3. We'll go over the evidence again once we get into the game. A little refresher. Oh, Transform Charlotte. Thank you, Strawberry. Let's get our little outfit on. Did I miss the Shams DLC? He is just so handsome. I love him so much. Okay, that's right. Okay. Case of the instantaneous kinesis. Odie Asmon's dead. He was the financer. Albert Hairbrain is our client. He didn't do it. We've got the little baby in court. Courtney Scythe, I'm in love with you. Enoch Dreba, you are like a sickly Victorian child, but I think you're super cool. And then for our evidence, okay, that was the balloon that exploded, that was the crossbow that Dreba used to shoot it. The victim was stabbed, or wasn't stabbed, but like died twice. We've got our little camera with blood, our piece of glass that we found, we've got our trophy, and we have the head of the professor. Enoch is so gender. He is... Oh, the way he moves, that creepy little smile he does, the motion of his hand. I hope we see him again in court. We will, because he was subpoenaed. Easy. Okay. 24th October, 9:11 AM. The Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. Good morning to you, Mr. Naruhodo. Good morning, Professor. Ready for today's proceedings? I hope so. It should be. Even I have nothing left to... Morning, my dear fellows! Oh, Mr. Shams, you're here. Why, naturally. A true gentleman stands shoulder to shoulder with his friends in battle at all times. Yeah? Yeah? Perhaps you could come to some of the other trials then, Mr. Shams? Fast and affectionate. Crushes him like a graham cracker. Bites him and shakes my head around. Oh, I love him. Thank you. I really appreciate it. I'll see you later then. Now, Professor, we really need you to remain calm in the courtroom today. Yes. Do try your hardest not to enter the witness stand uninvited again. Please appear at all future trials, I'm begging you. Susato, I love you. Oh, sorry, he just completely... he completely interrupted him. Yes, I will. I realize I made a mistake, but my dear fellows, I must interject. Oh, you're still here, Mr. Shams. What's the matter? Surely you've overlooked some praise, have you not? To be cast in my direction. Sorry, I don't follow. Must I spell it out? I, the great Herlock Sholmes, the greatest detective of worldwide acclamation, arose at some ungodly hour to be here now. First thing in the morning, a miracle, you must agree. He's so needy. You did such a good job, Sholmes. I'm so proud of you. Thank you for getting up specifically for us. I really, really appreciate it. I'm so glad that you're here today. It made my morning to see you. Thank you so much. You are the strongest. I can't believe you managed to get up at the same time as us. That's incredible. Well, if I must agree, then... As you know, my sleep is quite impregnable. Iris had to employ her full gamut of tactics. She pulled the covers off, shook me, poked both cheeks, punched me, and kicked me from the bed. Then, she poured a boiling cup of her latest experimental blend on my face, and at last, I was disturbed. Oh my. Iris has been busy. Iris doesn't have it in her to go that far. She's too nice. I sense the spirit of a fellow scientist, one who relishes the infinite possibilities of blending tea. I'm the one worthy of praise here, not Iris. This is my victory. Iris really pulled out all the stops. She puts up with so much. Sorry to cut in. Gregson! We really have so many character here. Happy. Oh, Inspector Gregson, good morning. Gregson, my dear fellow, why the grim expression at this delightfully early hour? Oh, I don't know. Maybe because I've been confronted with a grimmer expression, eh? Dear me. Are you going to take that insult lying down, Professor? What? What? Poor Professor. Anyway, here's the paperwork you asked for. What paperwork? I took the liberty of requesting it yesterday. I have a feeling it may prove useful. You wouldn't believe the hoops I had to jump through to get this brought out the archives. It's the professor's autopsy report. Oh, what? Mass murderer? Who killed five members of the aristocracy? He was found guilty in a closed trial 10 years ago now. It was all done under wraps. And he was quickly executed soon after the trial. And it's all in here. Killer's autopsy report! Let me at it. I don't know what to say. Thank you, Inspector. Redacted for confidentiality, okay. Pseudonym the Professor. Death by hanging confirmed at midnight 17th June. Courtney Stevens? That wouldn't happen to be Courtney Sykes' maiden name, would it? Yes. Much obliged, Gregson. I'll slowly lot at the yard, and we're just doing what we can. In the shadow of the great Detective Sholmes, of course. Well then, Professor Hairbrain, this is it. Today we're going to lay all this to rest at last. I wish you the best of luck, Professor. I suppose he'll be in there today, will he? Grabber. Yes, we expect the prosecution to summon him as a witness. I'm amazed that you managed to find him in just one day. I really owe you both so much. Counsel, and the defendant. Trial is about to resume. Kindly make your way into the courtroom at once. Alright, the apprentice is going to be here too. Oh my. Oh my. I forgot about that. This is it then. Final chapter. Funny. My heart's racing a little. I've not felt this before actually, this strange foreboding. As if something's going to happen in this trial that I'm not ready for. But I can't let that distract me from the only thing that really matters. Finding the truth. This is an anime, right? So in the final chapter they fight God, right? more or less. I gotta watch shit go down, that's very funny. 24th October, 9:30 AM, the Old Bailey courtroom. Oh my god, I can't do this. Head in my hands. Roar. I'm supposed to focus on the trial. He's right there. God. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again. We resume the public hearing of Albert Harebrain, here present, who stands accused of murder. I'm down, it's okay, we've got this. Rui! Ryu can do it, I believe in him. Hey Brady! How you doing? The counsels for the prosecution and defense ready to proceed? The prosecution is ready, my lord. We're fine! Oh my god, he's so cute. Oh my god, cute little outfit, I love him! The defense is ready, my lord. I feel like Phoenix Wright going into this completely blind, just remembering I'm an attorney. That's all you got. Are you my beloved? As promised, Lord Van Zieks has his apprentice with him. His apprentice with memory loss. The court, I love him. Little iris flower design. Inosuke deep breath king, we can do this. Susato deep breath. I like to think that Ryo and Susato are holding hands behind the stand. For support. If I may, Lord Van Zieks. Yes, my lord. There appears to be someone standing at your side. Ah, yes. My apprentice and assistant. The prosecution believes today's proceedings will see the complexity of this case rise considerably. Oh! That was hot. Asogi sir, I'm in love. The duet animations are so... That was so unexpected. This game just keeps giving. Alright. Sword, 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 sword! I therefore instructed my assistant to attend to ensure the smooth running of the trial. And the smooth running of liquid refreshments, by the look of it. Peach, please, you know for a fact that prosecutors are smart. That's what I say. Perhaps. Maybe so. The way he holds himself, the way he moves, it couldn't be anyone else. But he's still suffering from amnesia. There's really nothing we can do at the moment. I know, but this is so very hard. I just want to run over to him. Do we know who it is? Yeah, it's Kazuma Asogi, who's lost his memory. Maybe, but there's also the hot variable. This is true. Inosuke talking about the non-existent armband. Good for him. It would appear the prosecution has done a fine job in responding to the demand that the court made yesterday. I understand you have successfully secured the engineer who disappeared from the scene on the day in question. Yes, my lord. I intend to call him as a witness shortly. Yeah, there you go, Josh. Implications of Ryo having Kazuma's soul and Kazuma is right there. Stop, you're killing me. I can get through this trial with here. Oh my god. Very good, very good. Now then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, who have been chosen at random to represent the will of the people in this courtroom today. Are you ready and willing to proceed? Of course, my lord. I'm sure we all understand the importance of doing our civic duty. I do so despise deception and deceit. I find it so very wearying. To take a man's life with a conjuring trick is against the magician's code, not to mention the law. Any fake scientist should feel the wrath of God, if you ask me.
We have to listen to what's said on both sides of the fence, and then settle on one.
That's it, isn't it? It wasn't like this in my day. It wasn't like this at all. I honestly can't wait until Tony gets to this part. She's going to lose it. I'm so glad she has face cam. I can't wait. I think she'll clock him immediately. Perhaps from the photo. If not from the photo, I think she'll clock it when she walks into Van Zeke's chambers. All parties are ready to proceed. You may begin, Lord Van Zeeks. Before I do, my lord, there is a report I must read to the court. Yesterday, at the Great Exhibition Grounds, the evidence of primary importance in this case, the super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine, which was installed on the experimentation stage, was deliberately destroyed in an explosion affected by an unknown person or persons. I think the line that goes, "He's so familiar," will clue her in. Absolutely. I just think that with a soBBING in her little chat, she sees his face so much. I think she'll recognize him, honestly, because she's already so like, he's alive. He survived. Wait, did I read that one? Let's read that. Was deliberately destroyed in an explosion affected by an unknown person or persons. It was what? An explosion? This is an outrage. Yes, I heard this grave news yesterday. Scotland Yard submitted a report to my office in the evening. I read that the machine was blasted to smithers, and the wreckage reduced to ashes in the flames. I have here a photographic print of the scene, taken in the wake of the explosion. You'll have to explain to me how that's a soaky but no memories. That's so wild. But the thing is, Josh, is that I'm always right. Is the thing. When I said that it didn't make sense that we didn't see his body, that his body, like, wasn't around, that was confirmed. He didn't get off at Hong Kong. His body was not offloaded. And now he's here. And he has no memories. And we don't have any more information than that. It shows what little remains of the machine. Yes. Terrible business. Little Chunosuke! Baby. He did it to destroy the evidence, did he? Oh, is that an Enoch Drebber? The court will take this print as evidence, counsel. First explosion photograph has been entered into the court record. Removes its head as he removes his. Cute! Late yesterday afternoon, the protection afforded to the machine by the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act was revoked. However, before a thorough investigation could begin, the invention was obliterated from existence. As such, this will become a very different trial. As it stands now, with no evidence on which to draw meaningful conclusions, the authenticity of the kinesis machine will remain forever in obscurity. Indeed. A most unfortunate state of affairs. However, one thing remains clear. The victim's death was the result of the actions of the accused. Of that, we can be certain. For it was the accused himself who was operating the machine and who ultimately caused its loss of control. As Lord Van Zeeks rightly says, this is a very different trial now. The accused accepts responsibility for his part in the events that transpired. He acknowledges that Mr. Asman died as a result of the accident caused by his machine's malfunction. However, unbeknownst to the professor, he was being deliberately deceived by a pair of very clever fraudsters. Names, counsel, if you please. The engineer, Mr. Enoch Drebber, and the victim himself, Mr. Odie Asman. So what exactly were these two men up to behind the defendant's back? The defense intends to expose that information, thus establishing the unequivocal innocence of the defendant. Thank you, counsels. The position of the prosecution and defense have been clearly stated. Hand in marriage, please. I'm feeling so proud of him right now. Asogi, I hope you're watching. I hope you're understanding. I hope you're not really amnesia, and if you are amnesia, I hope you remember this. Look how far he's come! Lord Van Zeeks, summon your first witness, please. At once, my lord. Prosecution calls the engineer, Mr. Enoch Drebber, to stand. Oh, I love him. State your name and occupation for the court. Name, Enoch Drebber. Occupation? Hard to pin down, I would say. See that black monocle?
Yes, I feel as though I've seen it somewhere before.
Oh, you too. I had exactly the same feeling myself. Your file indicates that you are currently being investigated in connection with another case. The theft of a waxwork model, is it? The most extraordinary sounding business.
But that has no bearing on this trial, I assure you. Leave it from your mind.
You're familiar with the public experiment carried out at the Great Exhibition some days ago? The accused super high voltage instantaneous kinesis demonstration.
Yes, you could say that. I am aware of it.
There was a terrible accident, wasn't there? It was you, Mr. Drebber, who constructed the vast machine used in the experiment.
I've played one Ace Attorney game. I know for a fact that cases cross over and it will save someone somehow.
Absolutely! Or so our investigations indicate. Can you confirm your involvement?
Yes, I constructed it.
In precise accordance with the blueprints. But that's all. And the court would be very interested to hear your thoughts about the machine, I'm sure. Move your arm out of the way a little, let us see, Kazuma.
Mass Disciples' movements are so...
an amazing device, if you ask me. The pinnacle of modern science, making instantaneous kinesis a reality at last. What? Good gracious! Do you mean to say that the experiment was bona fide? Is that your belief, sir?
Yes, that is very much my belief. Such a waste that it blew up.
Objection!
But we've already established the machine was nothing more than a prop for an elaborate conjuring trick.
Objection!
We've established nothing of the sort. All that was shown during yesterday's proceedings is that the same outcome could have been produced by means of stage trickery. The defense merely proposed a method and demonstrated its feasibility. Nothing more.
But...
You've procrastinated long enough, I feel. Witness, you now give your formal testimony about the machine that you constructed for the purpose of the demonstration at the Great Exhibition.
Understood. The kinesis machine.
I met the young professor approximately 1 year ago through Mr. Asman's introduction. He provided me with the blueprints, and I constructed the machine to his precise specifications. It was no trick. If the whole show was a fraud, it would have required a body double. Tell me, did the victim have a twin? Did the victim have a waxwork? All the spectators saw the birdcage appear above their heads and then crash headfirst into the crystal tower. Terrible accident, I grant you. Perhaps the science on which the machine was built was flawed somehow. A body double? That goes without saying, surely. To give the impression that something has moved when in reality it hasn't. It's a basic conjuring principle. The deception cannot be achieved without substituting the original with a fake at some point in the performance. Would I be right in saying you haven't managed to establish anything along those lines? Oh.
Incidentally, the prosecution has already confirmed that Mr. Asman had no twin sibling.
It's my understanding that this witness is well versed in conjuring artfulness. But such talents do not indicate that he was actually able to accomplish what he claims. Namely, the construction of what, by all accounts, must have been an extremely complex scientific machine.
Whatever do you mean?
Yesterday's proceedings brought the true nature of your past exploits to light, Mr. Drebber.
Indeed it did, my lord. As a swindler who preys on innocent scientists to elicit government grant money through conjuring know-how.
Lee, hi! Yeah, I realized that there's outfits in the DLC that you can switch over at any time. The one that you sent for Herlock a while back? That's his DLC outfit. Very cool. With the little cat mask.
Yes, it's true that I possess considerable knowledge of stage magic. But crucially, my scientific knowledge more than matches that of any academic in the field. Investigation of the witness's workshop attests to that claim, my lord.
Yes, hi! How you doing?
As evidence, the police found this Royal Society trophy for young talent in science there.
Yes, that's true. We spotted it there ourselves.
If a hypothesis is sound, it can always be forged into a physical manifestation with sufficient skill. Though I may have solved the secrets of some deceptive wiles to sniveling, talentless scientists in the past,
Would you therefore assert that the explosion of the machine was
an unfortunate accident? Or, of course, a deliberate act of murder carried out by misuse of the science.
I like his cloak. Quote. Counsel for the defense. Your cross-examination, please.
Yes, my lord.
Can't believe I'm gonna miss this ending. I just have to watch the VODs when you upload them. This will be up as soon as possible. We'll miss you, keys. Alright, kinesis machine. So. You met Hairbrain a year ago through Mr. Asman's introduction. Provided with the blueprints and constructed the machine to his precise specifications. It was no trick. The whole show was a fraud. It would have required a body double. They have a twin. Saw the birdcage appear above their heads and then crash headfirst into the crystal tower. Random question, how long do your streams usually last? Typically between 4 and 6 hours. I'm hoping this one will be a little shorter, but I do want to finish it tonight, so we'll see how we go. I try and do like 2 or 3 portions of a case. I feel like this clockwork. I like this clockwork man, but I feel like he might have murdered someone. It's definitely possible. Okay. Alright, let's see. I feel like I don't remember any of the evidence, even though we looked at it. I want to go over it properly again. Okay. Got our newspaper, which I don't believe has anything particularly relevant right now. Experimentation sketch, which just shows the machine and the tower. Okay. We have the torn balloon, the folding crossbow, the photograph of the victim, and then the autopsy report that says that he had a chest wound inflicted by a sharp implement and a broken vertebra from falling from a significant height. Okay, we have Andrew the screwdriver with the blood on the tip. We have the photo of the crossbow bolt shooting at the green balloon. Mr. Drebber. Andrew, beloved. The wooden bird cage. Have I examined this? I don't feel like I have.
Ah, look here, Mr. Sato.
Oh, yes, the wood's cracked and broken a little. I suppose because it fell from such a height. Andrew Shin! Yes, from the height at which the balloon was flying, down into the crystal tower below.
all of about 30 feet, or 9 meters,
leaving the man inside tragically dead. Susanna, beloved! I'm so glad she's with us again. Okay. Cool. Anything else? Look at? No. Neat. Okay, we have the camera. This had blood on the inside. The broken glass.
This piece of glass is almost as thick as it is wide.
Yes, I've never seen anything like it.
If you were to compare it to a human, only Mr. Sholmes has such thick skin.
There's really no need for such a comparison, Mr. Naruhodo, as you well know.
Anyway, it can only be from the Crystal Tower, surely.
Yes, I think so too. It was probably made especially to meet the demands of that great structure. Cool. Got him! I like when they bully each other. It's charming. Ryu takes any moment to drag Sholmes, as he should. Sholmes doesn't get dragged enough. I don't know if we properly inspected this either. It was sort of having a whirlwind at the time when we got all this evidence.
This lock does look very strong, doesn't it? There's definitely no way you could remove the mask yourself if it was put on you.
Strawberry!
What a terrible way to treat someone, even a convicted criminal. I know. It's starting to make me livid, actually.
Mr. Naruhodo, please.
Well, I mean, just think about it. Imagine if you had an itch on your cheek all of a sudden. You'd be utterly helpless.
Well, yes, that's true. But I'm not sure that warrants quite so much anger.
Oh, right. Sorry. This man has no ass. You know what? We love him for it anyway. Okay, Professor's head. Scary. Okay, and then the report. Oh, and the post-explosion print. Okay, cool.
All the spectators saw the birdcage appear above their heads and then crash
headfirst into the Crystal Tower?
If Ace Attorney characters asked 2022.
DLC outfit, it's just out there. Thank you so much, Ace Attorney, for this gift. No, this is the top and this is the bottom. I don't know if this helps us, but it didn't crash headfirst. We've examined the birdcage that crashed into the Crystal Tower ourselves. As you can see, the cage, which is a wooden construction, has sustained damage in one particular spot. Following the explosion, it fell some 30 feet into the glass of the Crystal Tower. That level of damage is to be expected, surely. I agree. The damage itself is entirely understandable. What doesn't make sense is the location of that damage. Oh, titties, no ass. You were describing so many of them right now. All the breakages in the wood are at the base of the birdcage, not the top. What are you saying? That's the opposite of where they should be. That's right, my lord. The birdcage that was at the scene is damaged at its base. But we have reports of the birdcage falling headlong into the Crystal Tower, yet the damage is at the bottom. The only way to reconcile these two facts is to accept that there were two birdcages in play that day, which were at some point switched. Switched during what wasn't a scientific experiment at all, but an elaborate piece of stage trickery. Yeah! I like that half of that was orange. Good gracious! Explain yourself, witness. Well? If we examine the facts, there's only one logical conclusion we can draw. The damage on the base of the birdcage clearly indicates that it crashed tail first into the tower. But multiple witness reports claim it fell head first. Birdcage materialized in the sky next to a balloon flying over the stage following a spontaneous explosion, at an altitude of some 60 feet above ground level.
Which is approximately 18 meters.
It then proceeded to fall some 30 feet into the Crystal Tower in the ensuing deflagration. Witness reports amid such chaos are notoriously unreliable. But the victim's neck was broken.
Objection!
He plummeted 30 feet inside a heavy wooden cage. However he fell, it would be unsurprising to find one or two of his vertebrae crushed.
Thank you, Susato, metric queen.
A riveting scientific analysis of events from the prosecution there. Although to be even more rigorous, you would have to say it was only one vertebra, in fact.
It wasn't quiet for long. Clockwork Man! His sounds are really pleasing.
I find it hard to see what's motivating Lord Denziques. This witness is clearly a swindler, and one who deceived a personal friend of his.
You're going to establish this deception. Do it right.
Sorry?
I feel like that's the undertone here. Yes. And there's one more point the defense appears to have forgotten. It obviously wasn't a trick, as a certain truth very plainly demonstrates. What? It seems to me that the cross-examination had better continue until we resolve this matter. Mr. Drebber, you will amend your testimony with details of this truth. Of course. We must treat the matter scientifically, after all.
I nearly had him now.
Okay. Kinesis clearly took place because there's nowhere else 30 feet high for the birdcage to have fallen from. What? Let's have another. I don't feel like that's true at all. As the balloons? Isn't that? And the... Wait, sorry, where are we? Kinesis clearly took place because there's nowhere else 30 feet high for the birdcage to have fallen from. If we... wasn't it open? Wouldn't it have just... this opened and it dropped down there, right? If that's the case... That's at the top. That's about 30 feet, isn't it? It's either the balloons or the... Regardless, I think it's this piece of evidence. We can present. This is a diagram of the experimentation stage and its surroundings. We know that somehow the birdcage appeared in midair before falling down into the crystal tower. A fall of about 30 feet, or 9 meters. Since Van Ziek said it's above the ground by 60? Great, pork, okay, easy. However, if you examine the diagram carefully, you'll see that there is one other possible location from which the birdcage could have fallen. The same distance of 30 feet. No. Well, it appears the defense has a possible explanation to put forward. Go ahead, counsel. Yes, my lord, of course. You will indicate the place to which you are referring on the same diagram. The alternative location from which the birdcage could possibly have fallen the requisite 30 feet. I really like the over-exaggerated reaction. Hog. Okay, we're talking about... I'm trying to remember. The birdcage that we have with the damage on the bottom was found... I'm trying to figure out Enoch Drebber's name pun. I feel like it's from something, right? The birdcage we have is the one that was on the experimentation stage. It's not the one that fell from the balloon. It's from Holmes' Cannon? Oh my god. Okay, so this is where it fell from.
Take that!
The place I'm referring to is here. But that's where the birdcage would have been to begin with.
Which is exactly the point, my lord. Yes, the birdcage was in the machine on the stage, but what we must also consider is the height of the stage itself.
Go on, counsel.
It turns out that the experimentation stage was built at a considerable height above ground level. If you look at the diagram, in fact, you'll see it's at about the same height above the ground as the balloon was above the crash site.
Look at his little mouse keys. Oh my god, I'm about to call you Ryu.
When the experiment got underway, the machine and the birdcage were engulfed in steam. At that moment, the floor of the stage gave way and, if we assume there to be a void underneath, this birdcage and the one seen by the audience would have fallen almost exactly the same distance. Once again, my lord, this all points to the fact that there was not one birdcage, but two.
Objection!
My learned friend has no evidence that the stage had such a contrivance in its design.
Someone is responsible for the criminal destruction of the kinesis machine itself, it's true. However, the stage still stands. And take a moment to look at the photographic print of the scene following yesterday's explosion.
Good lord! The metal grill that formed the floor of the machine is undone.
Yes, most likely blown open by the force of the explosion that destroyed the rest of the machine. The defense calls for the space below the stage to be investigated, immediately. Good job, Ryu!
Mr. Drebber,
It was you who built the kinesis machine, which means that it was you who built the two bird cages that were used to carry out this deception. Whether Professor Hairbrain's hypothesis is sound or not makes no difference, because it's the construction of this machine that matters. A machine designed to take Mr. Asvin's life, and lay the blame firmly at the Professor's door, something that could only have been carried out by you, Mr. Enoch Drebber.
Sephiroth looking ass. There he goes.
Objection!
I do hope that he's the culprit because I very much want to see his breakdown. You guys have got to stop. This is so... I can't cope with this. Oh my god.
my learned friend has reached the end of his wild assertion. The prosecution would like to crush the defense's argument slowly, but surely. But your argument fails to hold water on 2 counts.
And Zeeks just keeps finding ways to make up more and more extra. But then you can cope with the Soki Juliet theory, you can do it with this too, I believe in you. You're just gonna ignore that, okay? Everything happens so much all the time. Also, I figure it must just be the style of the time, but those stupid little half collars are so funny. I can see that Asogi is wearing one too. When I first saw it on Shomps, I was like, this is ridiculous, but everyone else has one as well. Van Zeeks is pulling it off.
On 2 counts.
2? But then you gotta brace yourself for these last few cases. I'm scared! I keep thinking about how this is only case 3. Case 3 is normally the one that you just, like, think is a normal filler case while you get to the build-up for cases 4 and 5, and then, like, in case 5 or whatever, you find out that actually case 3 was really important. So why does case 3 feel so... Oh my god! See, right now, look. Okay, I'm struggling. I need to adjust. But this is copable, because he's just standing there. I'm so nervous that something is going to happen to Van Zeeks, like he's going to need to go out of town or something, and then we're gonna have to defend against him. Oh my god. Lockboxing.gif. Susato, hold my hand, please. Okay, okay.
Firstly, before and after the experiment, this witness went nowhere near the kinesis machine. Every relevant member of staff in the exhibition has attested to that. And I believe members of Scotland Yard have also been on watch duty at every public experiment. In other words, Mr. Drebber had no opportunity to switch the alleged pair of bird cages.
But I've already explained why he wouldn't have needed to.
The nonsense with the crossbow. That doesn't bolster your case at all. The man who disappeared from the stage and the man who crashed into the tower are one and the same.
Shakes me. Thanks, Keys. I love to be shaken. Sometimes your streamer stops working, you need to shake it a few times until it can recover. Like blowing on a Nintendo DS cartridge.
The forensic investigation team's report is unequivocal on that point. And the second flaw in your assertion is a distinct lack of motive. Why would this man have wanted to take the victim's life? He had no reason to do so.
Motive? I have to think of everything myself?
I have here a contract provided by the witness. What contract is this, Lord Van Zieks? A contract into which Mr. Drebber entered with the victim, Mr. Asman. It reads, Mr. Drebber is to receive 30% of all remunerations from government grants or other income.
Sometimes you hit a word and you know it, you just can't do it.
30%. Certainly very favourable contractual conditions. But there was one very important provision altered onto that clause.
What provision?
Mr. Drebber may only uphold this right on condition that both contracting parties are alive. In other words, if either of us were to die, the contract would become null and void.
Ali! Not a lot, to be honest. We've just started the trial and we are doing our very fucking best to cope because he's right there. He's right there. Oh my god, he's right there. The only thing funnier than Van Zieks being extra are the people who enable him. He made a noise earlier. He did like a which was so funny to me because he never does that. That's such a Miles thing. Miles is surely the, like, roariest prosecutor.
So you see, I had nothing to gain from Mr. Asman's death. The diametric opposite, in fact.
Ugh. Yeah! Exactly like that, Roundman.
Need I say more? The witness had neither an opportunity nor a reason to commit the alleged crime. In short, the possibility of Mr. Drebber having done as you suggest is nil.
Ugh. Oh.
It seems the defense's assertion was somewhat wide of the mark. Lord Van Zieks, you will submit the contract as evidence, please.
Drebber's contract has been entered into the court record. He's going to get severe back pain at this point. He's young. He'll be fine.
It's true. If Drebber had no opportunity to switch the birdcage under the stage with the one in the Crystal Tower, he couldn't have done it. And in any case, I have no idea what his motive might have been.
I like that there's always an invisible wall for VNSK to hit on. Good for him.
There is one aspect of your argument that still holds true, however.
Ah! Posture check! Was slouching. I'm also going to get... It turns out there's DLC, extra outfits that I was not aware of. Shom's is really funny. I keep wishing that we'd had the DLC outfits on for the investigation portion earlier. Because I think if Shom's looked like that, and he was like, great detectives I want to lie. You know what I mean?
Beloved.
There were 2 birdcages. The prosecution is unable to deny that. Ah. I'm sure you're on the right lines, Mr. Naruhodo. And I've no doubt there are other aspects of your assertion that are undeniable truths too.
Well, it would seem the defense has no rejoinder to offer.
POC outfits one.
Oh my god, the cat mask would actually be so cute.
Tits out for Shawns.
Ramen.
Well, I must say, I'm a little surprised. I came here to testify about the machine I built, and instead my reputation is defiled. But the prosecution's counter has set the record straight, I think. It's impossible that I'm the culprit.
Objection!
At the beginning of this trial, we believed that there was only one birdcage. Yet now we know there must have been two. In other words, there was more to the demonstration than we realized at first. I think it's abundantly clear. The same applies to the culprit.
Get to the point.
The stage demonstration was constructed and set up in its entirety by you, Mr. Drebber. Therefore, it's inconceivable that you had no hand in the events that transpired. So if circumstances mean it's impossible that you could have carried out the crime yourself, it points to the fact that someone else was involved.
Someone else. Counsel, are you suggesting?
Yes, my lord. Mr. Drebber had an accomplice.
Objection!
An accomplice now. Well then, I presume you're prepared for what's to come? Now that you're accusing not only this witness, but someone else of the most serious of crimes. These accusations turn out to be false. Then make no mistake. The prosecution will demand an equally serious punishment for your slander. Well, counsel, you intend to pursue this course and formally accuse another party of involvement in this matter.
Are we going to accuse who? That's what I'm wondering. If I look through our people, my first thought is that it's the victim himself and the whole, like, his death was an accident, and that explains there being no motive, is that it wasn't meant to happen. There's something about that just, like, feels a little bit off in my brain. Well, maybe with the victim he thought was safe until the explosion? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. We'll see what Ryu has to say. We'll push along with this.
You intend to pursue this course and formally accuse another party of involvement in this matter.
What do I do here? At the moment, this is little more than a hunch on my part. I don't know for sure if Drebber had an accomplice, or even if he really is the culprit here. One way or another, though, I have to make my position clear, as a lawyer. So what's my stance going to be? Did Drebber have an accomplice, or not? Ooh. I feel like we have to. I must get up, but my kitty just hopped up to cuddle. You legally have to stay there now, Keith, I'm sorry. The defense is ready to name Mr. Drebber's accomplice. Somehow the two bird cages must have been switched. Everything points to that. Yet according to the coroner's report, that's not a possibility. But that inconsistency itself is a clue.
You don't mean...
Is he... Does Ryu think Courtney did it?
Counsel,
My lord?
you have received a stark warning already. If you are nevertheless determined, then I must now ask you to identify this alleged accomplice by name. Your answer, please. Who do you claim to have been Mr. Drebber's accomplice?
You don't think she did it? It's too little involvement from her? Courtney is the coroner. Ryu just said that the reason it's impossible is the coroner's report, and then he said that that's a clue in and of itself.
Oh no, that's the one.
I don't know. Okay, well, let's process of elimination this. It's not Susato, it's not Iris. It's great detectives tell lies, but it's not Shams. It's not Strongheart. He wouldn't get his hands dirty in this, even if he was somehow involved. It's not Van Zeeks. It's not the Masked Disciple. It's not our client. It's not Gina. It's not Gregson. Who Spells has no involvement in this. As far as I'm aware, we have no reason to suspect Loon.
Or the Bohemian Boy.
If you need a helpline, just tell me.
Duly noted. This feels like a weird stretch.
Ryu's dialogue really implied it though. It's either Courtney Scythe or the victim himself. Two Spells has slight involvement though, no? If Two Spells is involved in this way, then she has faked the theft of the waxwork, and I see no reason why she would involve Sholmes in that. The glass in her waxwork was because the waxwork was stolen. I suppose, yeah. Somehow the two bird cages must have been switched, everything points to that. Yet according to the coroner's report, that's not a possibility. But that inconsistency itself is a clue. He's saying it's Courtney. I don't know why Ryu has this hunch, but I trust his hunch.
Take that!
The name of the person in question is...
What's wrong, my Nipponese friend? Surely fear doesn't bind your tongue now. It's a little late for that.
Of course I'm afraid. After all, naming her in this capacity is definitely going to make waves. A lot of waves. I could very well turn every single person in this courtroom against me. I'm sure it will be alright, Mr. Naruhodo. Thank you, Mr. Sato. The enemy always appears larger than life, but you'll appear exactly the same to the enemy. Alright then, here goes. I'm so proud of you, Ryu. I put my faith in you, and you didn't let me down. Genuinely, he's so good character development. He is! Why are the culprits in this case hot? White hair.
You've kept us waiting long enough. Your answer, counsel. Now.
The person who colluded with Mr. Drebber in order to carry out this wicked crime is Scotland Yard's coroner, Dr. Courtney Scythe.
What the blazes are you talking about?
Dr. Scythe!
Head of the forensic investigation team and the coroner who conducted the autopsy on the victim.
We know there were two bird cages, so who could have carried out the switch to complete the illusion? The accident happened in front of a huge crowd of spectators and the area was immediately sealed off. And everyone, police officers included, were banished to make way for the forensic investigation team. When else could the switch have occurred? It can only have been in that team's presence. It's essential that the court determines exactly what happened following the incident. The defense demands that Dr. Scythe be summoned to the witness stand at once to testify.
Got a nerve, lad. Standing up there, dragging the yard's name through the mud.
I didn't mean to...
I know the woman very well. There's no better dead room worker out there. How dare you call her a criminal? My learned friend's imagination appears to be wilder than the East End at night. But the recklessness of your accusation aside, there's another grave problem with your argument. Do you get it? Grave. Grave like dead people, like the coroner. One which the prosecution demands you address at once.
A grave problem. Oh my word!
Who do you claim acted as the victim's doppelganger? I am making a joke, my learned Nipponi's friend.
What?
Certainly. If the birdcage containing the body of the victim was exchanged for another, that cage must also have contained a body. And yet, no missing persons or accidental deaths of anyone even remotely resembling the victim have been reported. Which means that there was no one, dead or alive, who could have fulfilled the role of a body double for Mr. Asman. That's true. If my argument is that there were 2 bird cages, then there must also have been 1 person inside each. I don't know if I've got an answer to this yet, have I? What can I do to reveal how this body double stunt was achieved? Very well. The defense will address my learned friend's concerns by presenting evidence that reveals the true nature of Mr. Asman's body double.
Good gracious, evidence. I do hope this isn't filibustering, counsel. Court is expecting a name.
If you think you have relevant evidence, present it now.
The body double and the birdcage were hiding inside the balloon that was floating above the stage, which means that any witnesses would only have seen them from 60 feet away. So who was it that appeared out of that explosion some 18 meters above the spectators? Aha! The body double inside the second birdcage.
Take that!
We know that the victim, Mr. Asman, was in the birdcage that was situated inside the kinesis machine on stage, and therefore he couldn't have been inside the second birdcage. Instead, that contains something else. What's been described as a body double, which is what fell from the sky and crashed into the crystal tower.
Yes, counsel, according to your somewhat elaborate version of events.
And that body double inside the second birdcage was, in fact... It's alright, Mr. Naruhodo. You're ready for this. Just steel yourself, and come out with it.
Thank you, Mr. Sato. I needed that.
As I was saying, the body double inside the second birdcage was, as unbelievable as it may seem, that thing there!
We've just got the whole body in court, just in the middle of the courtroom, just ready to go?
Siblings.
Objection!
Ryu has the biggest pockets in the world.
Open your eyes and look into mine, my Nipponi's friend. Now tell me, what are you playing at?
Stand firm now, Ryunosuke. This is the time to show your Japanese spirit. As the court will observe, this is a waxwork model. Since the iron helmet will protect the waxwork too. Good call. Oh my god, wait, did he just do his little slapping desk where he doesn't make a big noise? He's so nervous. He's like, wait a minute. Game 1, case 1 vibes. A model, in fact, of an infamous London murderer from 10 years ago, the Professor.
Objection!
The way he looks back at, like, the check. He's so cute.
You started by indicting the leader of the forensic investigation team as an accomplice in this crime. And now you've moved on to indicting Waxworks?
Yes, that's about the size of it.
But why? Why this waxwork? It looks nothing like the victim.
In fact, it could hardly resemble him less.
What possible justification can you give?
If you want to know why, ask Mr. Drebber.
What?
Just days before Professor Harebrain performed his public demonstration, Mr. Drebber abducted this model from Madame Tussauds.
Did you say abducted?
And 2 days after the incident at the Great Exhibition, he returned it to the museum.
And the timing. Is this true, Mr. Drebber?
At first I couldn't see why Mr. Drebber would have stolen the waxwork and then given it back again. Thanks for the like, Graham, and enjoy your food. But now, the reason is clear. He took it so that he could put it inside the second birdcage as a body double for Mr. Asman. Get him, Ryu.
Objection!
Are you hearing this, ladies and gentlemen of the jury? Are you hearing the defense's astonishing proposal? That the witness fabricated this vast machine with the intention of deceiving some wretched scientist. That he did so in collusion with the country's finest coroner on a public stage in front of a vast audience. And that, to effect the deception, he used a waxwork model that in no way resembles the victim. Are we really to believe that this far-fetched tale? What do you decide?
No, Van Zeeks, don't rally the jury against us. You're so sexy, Oh, baby. Wait. Yes, if you put it like that, of course it sounds implausible.
My lord, I need to speak, if you please. Go ahead, Mr. Foreman.
If I was on the jury, just by the bonk of accusation, I would be on the defense's side all the way. Exactly! You gotta go along with the Naruhodo insanity.
Myself and my colleagues have reached an agreement.
He's nervous.
Very good. In that case, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will state your leanings for the court to hear now.
Guilty. 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 Guilty.
Guilty!
Kill me.
We do not want guilty. Thank you for asking, Ellie. This is what we in the lawyering business call bad.
So, as indicated by the foreman, the jury has reached consensus.
I knew that was going to happen. Wait, Ellie, have you seen the summation examination yet?
We shall get through this, Mr. Naruhodo, as we always do. And uncover some new truths along the way, I'm quite sure.
An whoopsie, if you will.
Yes, I agree. I'm going to have to appeal to the jurors as usual, and see if I can persuade them to change their minds.
The defense will now embark on a summation examination. Are you and your fellows ready to proceed, Mr. Foreman? We are, my lord. Very well. In that case, I ask you now to state clearly for all present to hear the grounds on which each of you has decided the defendant is guilty of the crime of which he is charged.
Okay, I like this part. Judicial findings. Hold it, Mr. Jury. The jurors' contentions.
I've known that woman for years. She'd never be an accomplice to anything. It's utter nonsense to think those two would ever be conniving with one another.
Dear, this is most troubling. But surely the waxwork man stole is nothing to do with the coroner, is it?
I've had my own problems with members of the police. I do not trust them much. I have seen no rigorous proof that this waxwork was ever inside the birdcage. It's conjecture.
Accusing someone without right evidences? He's not a proper job, is he? I won't have it. I love Ryu's working animation, the little hip bump. It's so good. The logic and reasoning spectacular that we had earlier in Mr. Drebber's room
Was the best one ever. That was so good.
Number 3 sounds like our best bet. I'm thinking the same.
Somewhat unsurprisingly, it seems the introduction of this waxwork model to the proceedings has polarized opinion. Given that its face is obscured and its build in no way resembles that of the victim, I can only applaud my learned friend's temerity at suggesting it is Mr. Asman's body double.
Yes, the applause is deafening. And yes, I know it seems extraordinary.
That's the point. That's why I have a strong feeling it's actually a greater clue than anyone yet realizes.
What are you thinking, Mr. Naruhodo?
I can't explain why at the moment,
But I feel as though there's a specific reason why it was used, why it had to be this model.
The gravity reversing machine, definitely not a time bomb. Ah! He had us dance around it. Mr. Sholmes.
Really? A reason why nothing else would do, you mean?
The head and part can be taken off, right? Like the helmet?
Yes, and I'm convinced it's something far more significant than whether or not the model looked like the victim. Well, if that's the case, we must prevent the trial from ending prematurely at all costs.
Yes, agreed.
I have to find a way out of this.
You've heard of Turnabout Terror and Heck out. Get ready for summation sensation? Beloved. The helmet is locked, and Drebber said that he couldn't get it unlocked.
If you are ready, counsel, you may proceed with the summation examination.
Yes, my lord. Oh, thank you for the hydrate, Strawberry. On the posture check, I am slouching very badly. I will straighten my back. Water is so good though. Okay. The defense's rebuttal.
Known that woman for years.
Oh, wait, we already read this. Okay. Juror number 6 is big mad because he knows her. Nonsense to think they'd be conniving with one another. She thinks the stolen waxwork has nothing to do with the coroner. He doesn't trust the police. Completely unrelated. No proof that the waxwork is in the birdcage. Wants evidence. Okay.
Hold it!
What sort of problems?
Let's just say we have run into each other on numerous occasions while I've been performing on the street.
Right, I see.
Obviously, artists such as myself cannot appear on stage as we work in close proximity to our audiences.
So we perform our great magic in parks, on street corners and the like. But the police use any excuse to make our lives difficult.
Back in my day!
Excuse me!
Excuse me. Do you have something to say in response to that, Mr. Ottermole?
Who are you calling a mass murderer?
Sorry, my mistake. I got confused because I heard you look like him.
I don't look anything like that man.
You want to be locked up, Sonny? Thanks, Mr. Sholmes. Perhaps we could move on. I was really wondering if you had something you wanted to add in response to what juror number 3 just said. Trigger safety who? Trigger safety who? The mouse. Yeah, Junosuke. Just a little mascot character, part of the DLC.
Back in my days, we used to walk uphill both ways to catch the criminal.
And clearly you do.
Back in my day. Back in the good old days. It wasn't like this.
What was it like, sir?
We worked our fingers to the bone to earn the public's trust, we did. By Jove, we earned it. People respected us back then.
Respected you?
No one would have called a coroner into question in them days. Coroner's report was the hallmark of an investigation done right. Bro, be so glad that you live in this time and not Phoenix Wright's time. Especially when Dr. Courtney Stevens put her name to it. There it is!
Courtney Stevens. Maiden name. She was the best of the best. The apple of the Force's eye. Hold on a minute. What are you talking about? Who's Courtney Stevens?
Sorry, got a bit carried away there.
Stevens is Dr. Scythe's maiden. Sorry.
Stevens is Dr. Scythe's maiden name.
Maiden name? That was before she was married.
Of course, yes. Silly me. Scythe now, isn't it?
Stevens. I'm sure I've seen that name somewhere recently. Yeah. She knows what the professor's face looks like. Isn't that interesting?
Anyway, point is, those were the great days of policing. Not like now.
Sorry to interrupt, sir. Courtney Scythe. Courtney Scythe. It sounds a bit like Reaper. That's me. Since we've had to replace Asogi Shin and, Julian Poison Asogi is still alive, I guess. We don't know how he ended up the way he is now yet. But I feel like we need a new ridiculous theory. So Courtney Scythe as the Reaper can take its place. Inosuke learns what a maiden name is. He's just a baby! But do you think you could change your statement to include that name?
Well, yes. I don't see why not.
Hey. It was Courtney Stevens back when I knew her, of course. Legendary coroner, even then. Stevens is actually the writer of DGS. Good for him. Okay. Can we pit this one against the one who was saying that she wants connection proof? Surely the waxwork the man stole has nothing to do with the coroner, right?
We should be able to pit her against him. And then present evidence to prove it. Those two statements clearly contradict each other.
Good gracious! To whose statements do you refer, counsel?
So, juror number 2. Oh gosh, me? What can I do for you? I presume that you heard what juror number 6 said in his statement. It's brought to light the maiden name of the coroner, Dr. Scythe, which in turn has revealed a connection that wasn't apparent before. Well, naturally, as a woman of society, I find such connections and relationships irresistible. But oh golly, I'm afraid I fail to see what you mean. I like juror number 2, me too. I want to give Ryu a hug! I think he would give really good hugs. I think they would be very affectionate and tight. I think Shams would give terrible hugs, but extremely comforting nonetheless. Good hugs when it matters. Dr. Scythe's maiden name is Stevens, and through that name, the coroner is very definitely linked to the waxwork of the killer. The defense has evidence to prove it. Oh goodness! Evidence, you say? How utterly enthralling.
Counsel, the court cannot overlook that last remark. I very much hope that there is substance to your claim.
Of course, ma'am. I would ask the court to look at this. The evidence that clearly links Dr. Scythe to the mass murderer known as the Professor. Not the contract, the killer's autopsy report. Courtney Stevens.
Take that!
I have here a certain autopsy report from 10 years ago.
A 10-year-old autopsy report. What relevance does that have?
Joms would do that thing where he hugs so enthusiastically that he bends you backwards. Yeah! Exactly. But I think if something happened and you were really upset, I think he would give a really comforting hug. It is, of course, from the autopsy of the person portrayed in the waxwork, the killer known as the Professor.
Professors.
But the man was a capital offender, so... That's right. This is the certification of death that was drawn up after the convict's execution. The identity of the killer was never made public, so the report gives few details. What's important is the name of the coroner who wrote it. Courtney Stevens. Oh my, Courtney Stevens? Strike a light! It appears that the professor's autopsy was conducted by Dr. Scythe 10 years ago, and a few days ago Mr. Drebber very deliberately stole the waxwork of the professor from Madame Tussauds. Waxwork that doesn't in fact resemble the victim, Mr. Asman, at all. And do you suppose there's some unsavory relationship between those events? Absolutely, I'm sure of it. There's no doubt in my mind that the Professor case is at the heart of a link that we have yet to uncover between Dr. Courtney Scythe and Mr. Enoch Drebber. Hidden links, mysterious connections, secret relationships. This is all most extraordinary. We're surely obliged now to explore this further.
Right. Can't let this trial come to an end now. Not while there's this cloud of suspicion hanging over the old best coroner. Wasn't like this in my day. We're still here to uphold justice in the end.
Saved by a drama fan. She wants us to spill the tea. Okay. What else have we got? Had his own problems with police. We started with him. Being no rigorous proof that this waxwork was ever inside the birdcage. It's Daksha. The child just wants evidence. What was your number 1 stats? Utter nonsense to think those two would ever be conniving with one another. Oh. Wait, we do have evidence for this. We've got the glides. Who allowed children in the jury, honestly? But you claimed the whole instantaneous kinesis demonstration was a trick.
That I did. There's more than one way to pull a rabbit out of a hat, isn't there?
Sorry?
I grant you, given that this cage appeared from amidst an explosion, there'd have been no need to use a real person. But if a waxwork had been used, the culprit could at least have had the decency to make it look like the victim.
I'm not sure exactly how much criminals are governed by decency.
Point is, if you're going to make a claim about that waxwork being inside the birdcage, you need to give us some evidence. Without that, just not science.
I suppose we should expect nothing less than a logical argument from a fellow of the Royal Society. That perhaps means his mind could be changed if we manage to present suitable evidence.
Evidence that the Professor Waxwork was inside that birdcage. Can I produce that or not?
We have the glass.
Actually, I have something I'd like you to see, sir.
Oh? I must warn you that I firmly believe it's only wise to trust men in white coats. But given your jet-black outfit,
I think you might be colorblind.
I don't mind admitting to a sense of trepidation here.
So you don't trust anyone in black? Looking in the mirror must be very trying. I do have some evidence that proves the waxwork was inside that birdcage. Namely, found in the folds of the clothing from the Professor Waxwork would appear to be from the Crystal Tower.
Take that!
What's that? A piece of glass? Oh, it's unusually thick for glass.
Yes, it's a piece of broken glass that we found inside the jacket on the waxwork. As you say, it's not ordinary glass though. Very thick and clearly made for extra strength. Much like the special glass that was developed for the construction of the Crystal Tower.
Holy smoke!
Exactly. The centerpiece of the Great Exhibition where the very incident we're talking about took place. On the day in question, the birdcage fell from above and smashed through a window of that special glass.
And once this small piece originated, is that it?
Precisely. So, what do you say? Now that clear evidence in support of the assertion has been placed before you.
Well, as I said, I only trust men in white coats as a rule. However, when the reasoning is sound, it's fair to say colour shouldn't come into it. In light of what you've shown me here, yes, I feel obliged to change my position on the matter.
That's 3!
In that case, juror number 4, you will amend your statement now, please.
The presence of that piece of glass leaves me in little doubt that the waxwork was indeed inside that birdcage. Okay. And then, you were saying that there's no evidence, but we have the right evidence. Okay. Alright.
Objection!
Those two statements clearly contradict each other.
Good gracious! To whose statements do you refer, counsel?
If you could put down your corn for a moment, juror number 5.
Oh, you mean me?
You've pointed out that it's wrong to make an accusation without evidence. But the accusation that the waxwork model was inside the second birdcage on the day in question is not without supporting evidence, as the defense demonstrated to the juror sitting beside you.
Oh, is that right?
Would it be fair to say you didn't follow the argument?
I don't understand much beside Colonel Cobb, to be honest.
Of course you don't. If I could interject here.
Please do, sir.
Now that this assertion of yours about the waxwork has been backed up by some solid evidence, it would be wrong of me, as a man of science, not to pursue the matter further.
He's just a little kid, cut her some slack. Cut her some slack and get her off of the jury.
Oh, me too then.
Sorry?
If this brainy gentleman says he's right, then he must be. See, I wouldn't dream of going against Colonel Cobb or anyone who's got stuff in between the ears.
Good job, kid. Never mind. Keep her on the jury. She's going to be on our side. Success! If you can call it that. You are doing so great, Ryu.
Thank you, counsel. That will do. As a result of the summation examination, the jury's overall leaning has changed. 2 jurors now call guilty, against 4 who call not guilty. Accordingly, the court has failed to reach a consensus at this time, and the trial must continue.
We did it. So as long as we convince the scientists, the girl will be on our side. That is so poggers.
Well done, Mr. Narrowherder. Another wonderful victory.
Get a move.
The waxwork of the despicable professor, used as a body double for the victim in this quite extraordinary case. I must say, it's extremely hard to believe the assertion could possibly be true. However, it would appear that it does at least warrant further investigation.
It's the waxwork of the professor that links Mr. Drebber and Dr. Scythe. And I'm convinced that there's a special significance to that link.
I don't know what you're hoping to prove, lad. Really don't.
The truth, sir, by using evidence and testimony.
The court is to delve. If the court is to delve deeper into the alleged involvement of the waxwork in this case, then the prosecution calls for the owner of the model to be summoned as a witness. The owner. Madame Two Spells.
1 second, I think my dog needs to be let outside. Okay, sorry, back. Thank you for the hydrate keys. Let me drink some water.
Madame Two Spells.
I really thought that Lord Van Zieks would object to this whole line of inquiry.
Very well, I concur. Make arrangements for Madame Two Spells to appear as a witness with immediate effect.
Listen carefully, my learned friend.
Yes?
You should know that you're on the brink of opening Pandora's box.
The court shall now adjourn for 45 minutes. During that time, the prosecution will summon the new witness and prepare her for taking the stand.
Madame Two Spells, yes. I shall see to it at once, my lord.
Pog, free wife.
Okay. 2 hot ladies at once on the stand. This is so poggers.
24th October, 11:53 a.m. The Old Bailey, defendant's antechamber.
Got her, Anne? Pat! Hug. Thank you, keys. I hope you have a good day today. Thanks for hanging out. The thermometer is going to go boom. I think the next part might be the last part of the trial. Hug. Okay, cool. This trial just has guts everywhere. Thank you, Ace Attorney, for giving us everything we ever wanted. Sholmes! Thank you, Ace Attorney, for giving us everything we ever wanted. The Knight Errant himself.
Oh, have you been watching from the gallery, Mr. Sholmes?
I've been on the edge of my seat the entire time. Courtroom trials are fascinating affairs. As a spectator, at least.
I'm glad you've been enjoying yourself.
I have to ask. What on earth is going on? It makes no sense. What's this professor business all about? He doesn't look like any professor I've met before. Who even is he?
Of course. You were in Germany already 10 years ago.
Yes, the professor. When I discovered he was the one who had been abducted, a sense of foreboding stirred within me. But who knew the monster would come knocking at your door? My heartfelt sympathies.
As it turns out, Lord Van Zieks is even more intimately tied to this case than any of us realized, isn't he?
But the hairbrain is just some guy. Beloved.
Yes, how true. Great friend from university in the dock.
And now a waxwork of the killer who took his esteemed brother's life makes an appearance too. I imagine even the shrewd Mr. Reaper failed to perceive that kick in the teeth. An extraordinary move on your part, my dear fellow, to throw that in front of the man. You make it sound deliberate.
I can't help feeling that this professor case is really very puzzling.
Oh yes? In what particular manner?
Well, there's Mr. Drabber, Dr. Scythe, and Lord Van Zieks. It seems that everybody in the trial has a link to the case somehow.
Yes. In fact, I alone am not a member of the set. That leaves me as an empty set, all alone with no intersection to any other. Excuse me.
Wife, hand in marriage even if you're evil. Isn't it going to be cool if we resolve the professor case like what we did to the DL6 case?
I think we must, right? Like, clearly something went wrong with the professor case. Clearly it was covered up somewhere. I'm really hoping it DL6s. Mother, apologies. Mother, apologies. Mother, apologies. Dr. Scythe. Okay, I will gladly stay on her. Evil woman supremacy. Thank you, Allie. Ah, Dr. Courtney Scythe. Me, Stevens. Good day to you. Hello, Sholmes. That was very shrewd of you. What in particular, pray? You requested that 10-year-old autopsy report from Gregson, didn't you? Why would you assume such a thing? Because Gregson told me. To think it's been 10 years. 10 years in the laboratory, wielding my scalpel. I smell of nothing but corpses and disinfectant. A policeman on the jury had a lot to say about you as it happens, Dr. Scythe. And I've accused you of being complicit in what happened. I'm hoping that you'll take the stand and tell the truth about what really happened. No, you ask him. It certainly won't be possible. Lord Van Zieks won't be summoning me as a witness. Lord Strongheart has forbidden it. Interesting. Lord Strongheart. The Pandora's box you were warned about is the professor case. But please don't make the mistake of thinking you'll get any information about it out of me. But attempting to hide the truth, that's cowardice. Attempting to hide from the truth. I've always fought crime in the way that I see fit. I have no regrets, none at all. And that's all I came here to say. So, good day to you. And he didn't forbid the apprentice? Well, I don't know if we can count on him to say much. She mentioned it too, this Pandora's box. Whatever does it all mean? There's really no cause for concern, I assure you. When the trial resumes, the meaning will become all too apparent, whether you'd like it to or not. When he just walks into a government conspiracy by accident, right? He literally just got his badge back. Huh? Now then, I believe it's almost time. I must make my way back to the public gallery. The edge of my seat awaits. I think maybe you're enjoying yourself a little too much. Ah yes, one word of warning before I go. If, in the course of the trial this afternoon, you perceive even a shadow of doubt about the truth, don't let it out of your sight. Pursue it like a dog with a bone. To the bitter end, you understand. Do not falter, whatever may come to pass. Alright, I understand. Thank you. Good. I shall make myself scarce, then. I purchased a bar of caramel earlier, so I shall be gnawing on that as you gnaw away at the truth. What did that warning from Mr. Sholmes really mean, I wonder? Especially the bit about whatever may come to pass.
You could say hound, huh? Interesting. Deeply, deeply interesting. It's time for the final chapter then. I'm determined to find the truth. No matter what.
You haven't connected shit. Sorry, I don't mean that. I just wanted to say it. I think you are connecting the dots.
Alright. The hound is called Asian. 24th of October, 12:40 p.m. The Old Bailey courtroom.
In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby reconvene the proceedings of this court. Counsels for the defense and prosecution, are you ready and able to continue?
The prosecution is ready, my lord. Yes, my lord. The defense is also ready.
As the court is aware, the case under our scrutiny began with a damaging incident at the Great Exhibition. Yet we now find ourselves embroiled in the details of a convicted felon who was sent to the gallows a decade ago. This trial has certainly defied all expectation.
As seems to be the fate of all trials in which this Nipponese is involved, my lord.
So then, let us begin our exploration of the defense's assertion that the waxwork was cardinally involved in this matter. Lord Van Zieks.
My lord.
Are we still awaiting the arrival of Madame Two Spells?
Not at all. She is in the antechamber as we speak and ready to be summoned.
Very well. Bring in the witness.
At once, my lord.
Bailiff.
Show Madame Two Spells to the stand. Things are about to become a lot more intense.
That's cool. That was a cool animation. Not really his fault that he's a nosy bitch. He has to know all of the secrets. Strongheart was like, look, you've exposed our government secrets in a public court. We are taking away your right to practice law. And Ryu waits 6 months and is like, can I please have it back, please? Ooh, please, can I have it back now? And Strongheart's like, yeah, okay. What other government secrets could you possibly expose? And Ryu takes 1 day and he's like, so the professor case. Wait, I forgot to read that out. I'm sorry, let me go back.
If Drebber is responsible, as I'm sure he is, it means he must have had an accomplice in Dr. Sai. And what connects the pair of them is the waxwork. Yes, the model of the professor. That's the key to the link between these otherwise unrelated individuals. It's a tenuous link, admittedly, but at present, it's all we have to go on.
So about this case 10 years ago, could it be involved with the government?
Oh!
No! We get to stare at him?
Beloved, beloved, beloved.
But yes, I think it could definitely be involved in the government. He's just stabbing that head. You and me both, babe. Wait, did I forget to read Van Zieks now? Sorry, I saw Sholmes and everything left my head.
State your name and occupation for the court, please.
My name is Madame Esmeralda Two Spells. I am a waxwork artisan, and the proprietress of the Madame Two Spells Museum of Waxwork. You will have to pardon me for working as I testify. A new exhibit must open very soon.
Oh, so he finally got the statue, does he? Now there are 2 of them in the world.
Kissed any himbos yet? Well, I'd like to.
Oh my! What expression is she carving onto that face?
A number of days ago, a particular waxwork model was stolen from your museum.
They sure are, Brady!
Can you confirm this?
Oui, that is true. At first, we believed it had been kidnapped.
A waxwork model. Kidnapped.
Yes, my lord. There was a demand of her ransom money left behind by the culprit.
BRB breaking into Madame Two Spells. If you see me leaving with a waxwork, don't mention it.
However, according to what I have just been told outside the courtroom, that was not the true reason. I understand it was utilized as a substitute for the body of a murder victim.
At present, that is no more than conjecture proposed by the defense.
He's probably gonna boil me for that. I'll take that risk. I think stolen would suit better, but kidnap works too, I guess. I think it shows her commitment to her work.
This is the victim of the case in question, Mr. Odie Asmund.
But of course, I know him well. He is a part of my odious personages exhibit. I detest to say what is evident, but Mr. Asmund does not resemble the professor at all. Yes, but perhaps their faces are very similar. Are you suggesting that we should see now the demasked visage of the professor? I have here the key, but it is strictly forbidden to open the lock.
This is absurd.
Pardon?
I don't know what face you've carved onto your fancy figure beneath that mask. But clearly it won't be that of the actual killer. Indeed.
We hit a nerve, huh? Van Zeeks does not want to see this. I think he's valid. This is brutal. I need to see the face. It's gotta be just like a placeholder though, right?
The man's identity was never made public after all. Trial took place in a closed court. Proceedings were strictly confidential.
Godzilla, hi! Welcome, welcome. What if it's his brother?
Deranged. The condemned man was summarily executed. His identity remains a closely guarded national secret. There is no possible way that a repository of tawdry exhibits could get its hands on that information.
Quel dommage. It would seem you are unaware of the Tuspel's principles.
What principles?
The family Tuspels has always prided itself on sculpting its models à la perfection. Every detail, including the visage, is fashioned with complete fidelity. Et voilà, our principles. There is a well-known legend about the Tuspel's waxworks from the time of the French Revolution. A member of the Tuspel's family is said to have made a waxwork of the queen who was executed. Oui, that is true. It was a century ago now. I believe the queen's face was carved in the minutes following her death, actually at the guillotine site. You are correct. The model is on display today in the House of Horrors. We Tuspels will stop at nothing to obtain a faithful replica of our subjects.
Dear me, a somewhat disturbing tenacity of purpose.
It is the only way to obtain a truly lifelike representation of the subject. And it has been my family's secret for generations.
Do you mean to say that beneath that mask?
Oui, the true visage of the killer is there.
This is ludicrous. It's out of the question.
The professor spread terror throughout Great Britain. As a result, the Madame Tuspel special exhibit remains extremely popular even today. The killer emerging from his own grave. It is a sight to behold. You should come.
I think, madam, it would be beneficial to hear your formal testimony on this nature. You will explain every detail of this macabre model, and your personal involvement in its creation.
With pleasure.
She's so pretty. Once again, they really went off with the design. Alright, the Professor Waxwork.
Special exhibit in the House of Horrors is based on a rumour that shocked society in London. An impression of the visage was taken directly from the corpse, in accordance with the Tuspel's family principles. I enlisted the aid of the gravedigger and created a mould for the head in the cemetery just before the interment. I hid myself until he gave me a signal. I was there for a very long time that night. As dawn approached, I was very worried that I could be discovered.
Interesting. I'd be interested to see if they actually buried someone else. We'll see whose face it is.
The gravedigger. The man sanctioned this.
Oui, I will do all that is necessary to achieve the true resemblance my family is celebrated for. Nobody else knew. Only the gravedigger. What harm did it do her?
So you truly saw it. The face of that monster.
Naturally, I was aware at the time that his identity was a secret. Tuspels would not be Tuspels if we did not insist on absolute fidelity to our sculptures.
I don't believe this. I myself have seen the special exhibit at your museum, madame. A truly blood-curdling scene, in which the murderer is emerging from his own grave.
The scene it depicts was the subject of many rumours in London 10 years ago. I really like her face when she does the shush now face. Yeah! I actually really like her lipstick colour. I have here a newspaper from the time. Special exhibit was based upon the picture in this article. It was the most detailed account of what happened, as reported by the eyewitness who saw it. Okay, 10-year-old article entered into the court record.
Man rises from the grave. It's too absurd for words.
Okay. Mr. Shrepper's dreadful encounter. Wow, everything in here is written out. Okay, what else have we got? Man rises from the grave. Locate cemetery just behind the prison. We won't read all of this, but I do want to read the relevant article, what little we can see of it. Right.
At Lowgate Cemetery, just behind the prison, on the night of that foul demon's execution, the newly interred...
Let me move chat as well.
At Lowgate Cemetery, just behind the prison, on the night of that foul demon's execution, the newly interred professor forced off his grave cover as he clawed free of the earth. Ram! Yes, sir. There you go. Thank you, Ali. Mad sheep rampage. The young man who witnessed the scene was on the verge of raising a shriek when, in the next second, a gunshot rang out suddenly from behind. The bullet pierced the resurrected man's chest, whose breath then stilled once more. The youth then finally released the scream he had been holding and ran for his life. The university student who experienced this shocking event is Mr. Enoch Drebber, a disciple of science at the University of London and a resident of its student dorms. Isn't that very interesting? Okay, then we've also got the Mad Sheep Rampage,
which is when a mad sheep went on a rampage in Oxfordshire. Charles Darwin to receive the Copley Medal. Charles Darwin exists, that's pretty cool. The Great Stink, bad smell,
was the Belle Masque to blame for the Great Blaze. The fire that engulfed the popular theatre continues to draw attention as reports that Her Majesty Queen Victoria herself visited the Royal Italian Opera to inspect the site and offer words of condolences to the theatre's owner, Mr. Frederick Guy. The theatre had been under lease to the famous magician named John Henry Anderson, and there is some speculation that the blame for the fires lies squarely with him in his insistence on holding his Belle Masque there. But his magical tricks have played a trick on him, costing the city a great centre for the arts. Investigation into the true cause is expected to continue into next month, if not beyond, according to our sources.
What are the chances that magician John Henry Anderson is the same magician on the court right now? Wait. Okay, that's important. Odie Asman was the illustrator here?
Isn't that interesting?
Could it be that? Yeah, right? Alright, okay.
Public enjoys absurdity, monsieur. That is why I've reproduced the scene as carefully as possible in my museum.
And it's a waxwork from that exhibit that was stolen some days before the incident at the Great Exhibition, wasn't it?
That is correct. The professor you see before you here.
Most puzzling. Counsel for the defense. Proceed with the cross-examination.
This waxwork links Drebber to Dr. Scythe, and there has to be some reason for that, which hasn't yet come to light. But I'll find it. I'll get to the bottom of what really happened. I'll prove that Dr. Scythe and Drebber were in on this crime together. Get him, Ryu! Okay. So, special exhibit in the House of Horrors is based on a rumour that shocked society in London. An impression of the visage was taken directly from the corpse in accordance with the Two Spells family principles. Enlisted the aid of the gravedigger and created a mould for the head in the cemetery just before the interment.
So they actually... She fully made a mould out of the corpse. That's bonkers. Okay.
Hid herself until she gave him the signal. She was there for a very long time that night. As dawn approached, she was very worried that she would be discovered.
As dawn approached? How... Why were you there for so long?
You were there longer than you expected to be. I had some difficulties in capturing the subject's form correctly. You know the Two Spells Museum is based on a real-life museum? Madame Tussauds, right? There's one here in Australia in Sydney. As I removed the mask, The mouth of the cadaver fell open and it had some problems with the chin.
Dare I ask?
The man had been dead for a short while already, you see. His muscles were relaxing and consequently, his chin would not align itself correctly. Oh dear, what a horrible thought. Under normal circumstances, I would have an assistant with me. However, that night, I was alone, and as a consequence, I missed my preferred window of time.
What do you mean?
When I take the impression of the visage of a cadaver,
Please don't say that while you're holding my boyfriend. Sorry, my friend.
I always wait until 3 hours after death.
Why 3 hours? Is that amount of time significant?
It is because of rigor mortis.
A Wrigley Mortis?
My friend who is a boy, my boyfriend, BF boyfriend. It's the name given to a phenomenon that occurs in recently deceased bodies. As a rule, 3 hours post-death, the muscles in the body begin to stiffen. By approximately 10 hours post-death, the entire body is completely rigid and inflexible. And then from that point on, the muscles slowly start to revert to their relaxed state. The effect is often used to estimate the time of death when a body is discovered.
Well, that was an education, if a slightly scary one.
As the Mademoiselle says, rigor mortis commences 3 hours after death, and it starts in the jaw.
I see. So that's why you wait.
Before that time, the mouth falls open, and it is very difficult to do my work.
Oh, it's getting hard for me to do my work with all this talk of corpses.
I wonder about that information
The courts just heard from Madame Tuspels. Oops, didn't mean to click that, but that's okay. The information about rigor mortis that you just shared with us. Would you mind including it in your formal testimony? I believe it could be significant, you see.
Of course, I do not mind at all. I can't help feeling that after this latest topic, the atmosphere in the courtroom has become extremely grave.
This is no time for jokes, Miss Susato.
I think she's valid and poggers. Okay,
Okay, 3 hours. If we go to the autopsy report. He was hung at midnight, and then she didn't get to him until dawn. As the one who makes puns half the time. The thrill of making puns is getting mad at other people for making them. Madame, kindly amend your testimony as discussed.
Bien sûr. It took me a very long time because it was before the onset of rigor mortis.
It was before the onset of rigor mortis. At dawn. And he was killed at midnight? Courtney Scythe, what have you been up to?
Objection!
Madame Tuspels, I have here an autopsy report that was filed 10 years ago now. It confirms the death of the professor following his execution at the gallows.
And? Is that a problem?
I believe it is, because your testimony and particular detail in the report completely contradict one another.
Quoi?
Are you going to explain yourself, my Nipponese friend? According to her testimony, Madame Tuspels was creating her wax impression just before dawn, and at that time rigor mortis had not yet set in. Am I correct so far, madam?
You are, yes. As I said, the stiffening of the jaw is the first sign of rigor mortis, 2 to 3 hours after death. The man's chin was limp, so he cannot have been dead for a long time.
But on the other hand, if you look at Dr. Scythe's report, it quite clearly states the following. Death by hanging confirmed at midnight, 17th June. No. If the professor indeed died at midnight that day, then by the time you were sculpting his face, rigor mortis would already have set in.
Oui, yes, you are right. The chin, it would have been completely stiff.
In other words, this report is wrong.
Objection!
No coroner makes mistakes when recording the time of death.
The very idea is absurd.
In that case, there's only one possible conclusion. The execution didn't actually take place at the stated time.
Impossible.
Get him, Ryu.
Order. Counsel, this is beyond folly. Not only do you indict the author of the report, Dr. Scythe, but you also implicate members of staff at Barclay Prison where the execution took place.
By heck, extraordinary.
Not in my day.
Objection.
It was in your day, actually.
My learned friend appears to have overlooked one very crucial fact.
What fact?
The professor died that night, without question.
He did. Of course he did. I removed the man's limp jaw with my own hands. There was no... Yes, the professor died that night. But what if he didn't die at the gallows?
Didn't die at... Are you insane? What exactly are you suggesting did happen in that case?
Almost impossible to believe, but it would explain the link between Dr. Scythe, the professor, and that one other person of interest. I have evidence that will explain exactly what I'm suggesting happened that night.
Counsel, present the evidence at once. The evidence that allegedly explains what really happened on the night of the professor's execution.
That would be the paper, right? And then we can point out Enoch Drebber.
Take that!
So we mentioned it last night, but God looks corpse colored. He's just got vibes.
What happened that night is written very plainly in this newspaper article. Executed criminal returns in the dead of night at local cemetery.
You're suggesting it was a corpse coming back from the dead now?
Well, if this article is to be believed, yes. The professor, assumed dead following his execution, emerged from his grave and was killed again.
Objection!
Don't be a fool. That's simply a rumor published by the gutter press.
Can you be certain of that?
Are you serious?
I feel really bad for Van Zieks. He's built so much of his like stability and mental fortitude on knowing that the professor was executed, and now we're throwing that into question. Oh God.
The point is, as the article said, there was a witness to what happened.
My word. Yes, indeed.
Oui, the young man who stole into the cemetery by chance that night.
Objection!
Of course there was a witness. The story didn't write itself. But obviously the man made it all up. And in any case, this was 10 years ago now. There would surely be no hope of finding him.
On the contrary, my lord, we all know this witness well.
What? Are you suggesting, counsel, that you've identified the person in question? That you know who claims to have seen these utterly incredible events take place?
Yes, my lord. In fact, you could say that he's right here before my very eyes.
You will substantiate your latest claim now then, counsel. Who is the alleged witness of this staggering scene from the cemetery 10 years ago?
Alright, see. Right at the end there.
Take that!
The man in question is Mr. Enoch Drebber.
Drebber! The previous witness.
The special exhibit in the House of Horrors at Madame Tussauds Museum of Waxwork recreates that decade-old scene in great detail. Enoch Drebber. The condemned criminal emerging from the grave, and beside the tomb, a young man with a lantern stumbling upon the terrifying sight. And that young man, it's a 10-year younger Mr. Enoch Drebber.
Order! Order! Order!
Also the fact that there's clearly a name on that article.
Yeah. Surely not, counsel. Drebber was there, in Lowgate Cemetery.
What is all this talk about Mr. Drebber? Is the name significant?
Of course, Madame Tussauds doesn't know, does she?
Yes, it's extremely significant, madame. Your situation as well, in fact. that situation?
The theft of the Professor Waxwork from your museum some days ago was perpetrated by the very same man.
No,
I think it's the other part. She doesn't know Ellie.
but that would mean...
Madam Tussauds. It would appear you know the name, Enoch Drebber.
Oui, yes, I know it. But from long ago in the past.
What?
Oh my!
Good gracious. Explain yourself. Tell us everything you know.
Yes, yes, of course.
He was the gravedigger?
Story of the young man and the terrible sight he witnessed in the cemetery 10 years ago was published in every single newspaper in London and throughout Great Britain. However, in all of the articles, the witness was simply described as a certain young man. No details were published about his identity. His name was never revealed.
Am I insane? Unbelievable. This game has plot holes. How dare they? Wait, what were the next few lines? Ah, that is the part from- okay. Sorry. Thank you, Ramen. Never mind, I take back my slander. Even in jokes, they do not have plot holes.
That is, apart from in one newspaper.
Asian moment. Asian wasn't that deranged. It was only a little deranged.
Daily Circus. It is the paper from which comes the article I have already shown the court.
You're saying that his full name was only publicized in that article? Enoch Shen. Goodness me. Yes, here it is. University student who experienced this shocking event is Mr. Enoch Drebber.
Oh, really? How was I supposed to... How could I have pieced together that Aishin was Josiah Brack? On what evidence could I have possibly gotten there? I had logic behind Asogi Shin.
A disciple of science at the University of London, and a resident of its student dorms.
Unbelievable. What was her OG name? It's Anne Sasha?
Yeah, okay, that makes a lot more sense.
When I read the article, I went to meet with the man. His discovery of the condemned criminal coming back to life in the cemetery in the dead of May would make a perfect exhibit for my House of Horrors, whether it was the truth or not.
I see. So you went to meet Mr. Drebber in order to sculpt a waxwork for the man, did you?
Exactement. He was studying science at the University of London in those days. He was just a poor student. I paid him £5 to model for the waxwork. And since that time, it has been in my museum to recreate the scene of terror from the cemetery.
So, 10 years ago, a young man appealed to the public about an extraordinary event he'd witnessed. A criminal who had been put to death, re-emerging from his grave in the middle of the night. And the public treated his claim as nothing more than an amusing anecdote that was soon forgotten. 10 years later, the same man steals a waxwork model of the executed criminal, ostensibly to use as a body double for the victim in the case we're discussing here today. Even though the waxwork's build is a poor match for the victim, and its face is obscured by a mask. So the question is, why would the man do such a thing? Which brings us to 3 days ago, when the birdcage crashed into the Crystal Tower. If the birdcage had in fact contained not the body of Mr. Asman, but that same waxwork, the coroner from Scotland Yard who investigated, Dr. Scythe, would have noticed immediately. And yet, she submitted this autopsy report for the victim, which the court has seen earlier.
Why?
Because the waxwork was that of the professor. Is that what you're saying?
Dr. Scythe put her name to a document confirming the death of a condemned criminal who was still alive. A criminal whose apparent resurrection was witnessed by Mr. Drebber. But that misconduct was a deadly secret the coroner would do anything to protect, which is precisely why Mr. Drebber used that particular waxwork as the body double. My lord, this court must summon Dr. Scythe to the stand. The defense is determined to find out exactly how the coroner and Mr. Drebber are connected.
But according to the missive I received this morning through the prosecutor's office, Dr. Scythe is unable to participate in these proceedings. Is that not the case?
She told us so herself, didn't she?
Lord Van Zeeks won't be summoning me as a witness. Lord Strongheart has forbidden it.
Lord Strongheart.
The Pandora's box you were warned about is the Professor case. But please don't make the mistake of thinking you'll get any information about it out of me.
Ace Attorney Trilogy flashbacks. You are never immune to the stand if I make you really publicly obviously need to be put on the stand. No amount of cover-up will protect you now.
Something happened on the night of that killer's execution 10 years ago, and surely nobody would want to get to the bottom of that more than Lord Van Zeeks.
The prosecution calls for the instructions in that missive to be scrapped. But Lord Van Zeeks, the missive was issued from the Lord Chief Justice's office. The assigned prosecutor has the final say on policy in any particular trial. In other words, me.
Kind of a girl boss moment. Look at him go.
Yes!
Let Enoch Drebber and Dr. Scythe both take the stand together.
I love him.
He has so much integrity!
Order! Very well, I will uphold your request. Bailiff, send a subpoena with the immediate effect, addressed to Dr. Scythe of the Forensic Investigation Team. The woman is compelled to attend on Her Majesty's orders.
Alright then, Enoch Drebber and Dr. Scythe. They weren't colluding with one another, this crime could never have been committed. I'm just a stone's throw away, I can feel it. The truth behind all of this is about to come out.
You are doing so poggers for you. Oh my god, Sean's face. Heart emoji, heart emoji.
Thank you for your attendance at such short notice, Dr. Scythe.
I'm disappointed in you, Lord Van Zeeks. You've completely betrayed the agreed policy of both Scotland Yard and the prosecutor's office.
Betrayal is not in my nature, as long as the truth isn't compromised. If it is, if there's even a hint of wrongdoing, and no matter whom it concerns or disgruntles, I will pursue the matter to the bitter end, as would any prosecutor worth his salt.
Mrs. Scythe, hand in marriage. We are all in love with you. Goths only stand. And blacks Mr. Holmes.
Dr. Drebber, you took the victim's life by means of a machine that you constructed in your workshop. And Dr. Scythe, as the investigating coroner, you were the first one on the scene to examine the victim's body. It is the belief of the defense that you collaborated with each other and were both complicit in this crime. And where's your evidence? At present, we have no definitive evidence, but we do have a very significant clue.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking, of course, about the waxwork. This model of the killer known as the Professor, who was sentenced to death 10 years ago.
You don't need to tell me.
I witnessed the man's execution with my own eyes, and officially pronounced him dead. That remains to be seen.
Is that so?
According to newspaper reports from the time, on the night following his execution, the killer came back to life. Don't waste my time. And the sole witness to that mysterious event was you, Mr. Drebber, wasn't it? If what you saw in the graveyard that night 10 years ago wasn't some chilling fiction, but reality, it would make you privy to a very great secret of Dr. Scythe. A secret so profound it could compel the coroner to agree to collaborate in your evil scheme, in fact. Mr. Drebber, tell the court. Tell everyone the truth of what you saw that night in Lowgate Cemetery. So he was the student who saw it. You can see the resemblance, actually, can't you? With the man in Madame Tussauds, I mean. Surely he's not going to claim that that's really what he saw, especially not after all these years. He was a research student at the University of London, was he? A bit too clever for his own good, if you ask me.
What an interesting twist. When, at the time, not one person would take me seriously. Yet now here we are, 10 years later, and suddenly my story matters. And in a court of law, too. Very well then, if everyone so wishes. Let's be frank. I'll tell you the truth of what happened that night. For what it's worth.
So, Mr. Drebber, your testimony, please, about the events of that night 10 years ago. You will tell the court exactly what you stumbled across in Lowgate Cemetery.
Yes, of course. As you wish.
Thanks for the like, Nautilus. In the cemetery 10 years earlier. Right.
The reason I was in Lowgate Cemetery at all 10 years ago was for a spot of moonlighting, shall we say. Yes, the illustration in that newspaper article was based on what I witnessed that night. But thinking back now, I realize that I never actually saw the professor. Soon afterwards, I was visited by a young woman whom sculpted a model of me from wax. Then I gave up on my dream of becoming a scientist, and it was all because of that newspaper article.
Wait a minute. You're claiming you didn't actually see the professor now?
Of course, you'd have to have a screw loose if you believed a corpse could come back from the dead.
But, so you're saying this article is...
Not worth the paper it's printed on? I think that would describe it perfectly. Yes.
If the details in that article aren't true, it nullifies your argument for why Mr. Drebber and Dr. Scythe would have been working together.
So he's discrediting himself to cripple my argument. Tell me, witness. You claim to have been in the cemetery on some auxiliary business. Can you elaborate?
That's right. Grave robbing, to be precise. As you know, Lowgate Cemetery is at the rear of Barclay Prison. So among students at the university, it had a reputation for being haunted by the ghosts of condemned convicts.
Grave robbing, you say?
Yes, exhuming fresh corpses to sell is reasonably lucrative. Of course, I never laid a finger on any valuables buried with the dead.
So you were one of the so-called resurrectionists,
A particularly unpleasant scourge on society. Actually, my fellows and I went by another name, the Repurposers.
that is quite beyond the pale. You would invite divine retribution, sir.
Yes, well, I think I suffered retribution enough. The Daily Circus eventually unearthed my name and put it in print. It caused me a great many headaches. In the end, I had to leave university. That was the only paper with the bad grace to identify me unambiguously, I might add. I see.
Out of interest, who drew the illustration for this article?
Yes. That was the reporter who exposed me. Motive! He sketched that right in front of me as I described the scene. Obviously, as time ticked on, I bitterly regretted what I'd done, claiming to have seen something I never truly saw. Foolish. Very foolish.
Well, counsel for the defense. You may proceed to the cross-examination now.
At once, my lord. Okay. In the cemetery 10 years earlier. The reason he was in Logate Cemetery was because he was moonlighting as a grave robber. The illustration was based on what he witnessed that night, but thinking back now, he never saw the professor at all. Soon afterwards, he was visited by a young woman who sculpted a model of him from wax that was made of spells. Then he gave up on his dream of becoming a scientist, and it was all because of that newspaper article.
Right, okay.
Well, that is certainly our motive. But what can we press on? Didn't his hair turn white from the shock? No way, he didn't see him? Exactly. Okay. Looking back now, I realize that I never actually saw the professor at all, though. Alright, let's proceed. What are you talking about? Are you a natural god? I think I explained already, didn't I? Logate Cemetery is at the rear of Barclay Prison, though it was renowned among our students at the university for being haunted by the ghosts of condemned convicts. We really do have the God Squad. I love them so much. For some absurd reason, I was scared of the graveyard at night, and as a result, only too willing to believe that nonsense about the dead coming back to life. But you said you actually saw it. I said what I'd seen in my mind's eye. After all, resurrection is impossible, isn't it? You'd have to be unhinged to think otherwise. Unless, of course, you have some evidence that proves I encountered the professor that night? I don't know. Is there any material evidence that could show he really did see the professor? If we have anything at all, Mr. Naruhodo. I know. I need to present it against that irritatingly backtracking statement of his. The point is, that night was a pivotal moment in my life. We must have evidence. What have we got? Never saw the professor at all. Definitely the same signature, so that's pretty poggers for Mr. Asman. Wait a minute. If he never actually saw the professor, and he's the one who described this article, he described this scene for Mr. Asman to draw, then how did he get the mask right?
Objection!
Sorry, Mr. Jabba, but I don't believe that.
Don't believe what?
Your latest claim. You did see the professor on that night 10 years ago.
Oh dear, we seem to be at odds.
but I was there, and you were not. I know what I didn't see.
The illustration with this article was drawn based upon what you had told the journalist that you witnessed. A figure emerging from a tomb. Tomb. From a tomb! Wearing an iron mask. Tomb is a book.
Yes, when the killer was tried 10 years ago, it was decided in the closed court's ruling that the man would wear the mask to hide his identity. It wasn't to be removed, even during his execution and subsequent burial.
The voice you gave for the Clockwork Man is super unsettling. I'm glad you think so.
And it's working. Not even the prison wardens were to see the man's face. But obviously, the provision of this mask was not public knowledge.
So, Mr. Drebber, as you've just heard, a lowly student of the University of London certainly wouldn't have known about the condemned man's mask. So unless you'd actually seen the professor that night, it's inconceivable that the artist would have included the mask in that illustration.
Ugh.
Hug.
Order. Well, Mr. Drebber? It's a vile scene, isn't it? If you look closely. And as I've already been at pains to point out, I was utterly petrified. Which is why I had it in my head that I'd seen such a blood-curdling sight. But afterwards, I came to my senses and realized that I'd been mistaken.
You're still saying you didn't see it?
If you're stubbornly sticking to that story, witness, then amend your testimony to explain exactly how you think your eyes deceived you.
Of course. Only too happy to oblige. I can't believe he's still not going to concede the point. What I in fact witnessed was a fellow grave robber at work. Huh? Huh?
Hold it!
A fellow grave robber? What are you talking about?
Well, I wasn't the only one busy in the cemetery that night, you know. Other body snatchers were at work. Of course, when I saw one emerging from the hole he'd dug, my heart very nearly stopped. So that's the terrifying sight I actually saw, you see. You're claiming it was just another student on equally insalubrious business as yourself? Many of the medical students would wear metal masks to protect them from bacteria during dissections. Clearly, the fellow was using such a mask to protect his anonymity. Wouldn't you say?
Can we throw some water in this dude so he seizes up? I don't think it's electronic, so it would take, you'd have to really wait for the rust to set in.
But there's more to the story, isn't there? The article goes on to say, in the next second, a gunshot rang out suddenly from behind.
Can you do that in 5 minutes?
The bullet pierced the resurrected man's chest, whose breath then stilled once more.
We might assume that the sexton discovered the miscreants at work, perhaps, and fired upon one of them.
If a gravedigger had shot someone in the cemetery, I think it might have been rather big news, my lord.
Ah, yes, well.
I can only assume it was an embellishment, bolted on later by the reporter.
Excuse me!
Excuse me. Get his ass. Madame Tuscals.
Don't take it out on Mr. Sholmes. It's a law thing, the locks are so dodgy and finicky that any sort of moisture causes them to snapshot and seize. I see. You stabbing that head a lot? Understandable. If I had to meet Sholmes in real life, I would stab his head a lot too.
Oh la la, pardon. I was lost in my thoughts. Would it be fair to say that Mr. Drebber's last remark was significant to you in some way? I thought it was a little strange, that is all. How Monsieur Drebber would claim this now.
Yeah, stabbing him affectionately. Biting, killing, murdering him affectionately.
If you don't mind me saying, madam, what are you talking about?
Oh, when I met you 10 years ago at your university dormitory, you recounted to me about your adventures in the cemetery, no? Including the gunshot.
Stop. You might want to watch your tongue, you know.
Objection!
Have a care, Drebber. That's no way to speak to a lady.
Please, Madame Two Spells, carry on.
I know we've probably already gone over this, but Two Spells kinda... I'm in love! Everyone on this stand right now, why are you so...
Of course. According to what Monsieur Drebber told me at the time, he did hear a gunshot from behind him, and the bullet hit the condemned man.
Eek. I said nothing of the sort.
No, you were very explicit about the details. About the mask that figure was wearing. And the blood that splattered over you when he was shot.
Enough! Shut up, woman, you're making all this up.
That will do. Mr. Drebber,
Yes.
you refute the account just given by Madame Two Spells.
Hydrate! Thank you. How am I gonna... Anyone's nanny? We'll just say the whole thing. Water, good. I'm nearly out. Okay. Hydrated. Okay.
I have no recollection of ever saying those things.
Come on, do you really expect us to believe...
Control yourself, counsel. I will not permit baseless accusations in my courtroom.
Right. Out of water? Yeah, I drank my whole water bottle tonight. I filled it up before we started.
Under the circumstances, I think it best that you supplement your testimony with a statement to clarify your position on this, witness.
Very well.
Hydrated streamers are happy streamers. You have to water your streamer so they grow big and strong. There was no gunshot from behind me at all, nor any splattering of blood. Well, that we can refute, actually. Let me make sure that it's updated in the court record. The camera from around the neck of the waxwork of the Mr. Drebber in the special exhibit. When the lens is extended, dark staining is visible on the bellows. This is how we know that there was bloodstain.
Objection!
Surely something about that last statement seems odd, doesn't it? Do I need to... I've already examined it once. Okay.
Would you care to mull over precisely what you find out about it on your return journey to Japan?
I wouldn't be back to give the courtroom an answer for about 4 months, though.
Rest assured, we should be happy to carry proceedings forward in your absence, counsel.
I'm serious. I have to prove my worth before he really does send me back home. Do I have to look closer at it? Nor any splattering blood. Or... Is it just not the camera? Maybe I'm just doing the wrong thing. What a wonderful machine. You really love contraptions like this, don't you? Oh yes. Anything mechanical I found absolutely irresistible. Almost irresistible, surely. Well, whenever I see a pocket watch, for example, I can't help myself. I simply have to take it apart. That's worrying. Yes, father tells the time by the rumblings of his stomach now. He's given up having a watch. Oh, Professor Mikotoba, have you pressed that statement? I've actually lost track of what I have and haven't pressed. Okay, this is definitely fully examined. We have examined the bloodstain. I guess I'm just wrong. Okay. Well, I suppose that's on me. No splattering. Soon afterwards, I was visited by a young woman who sculpted a model of me from wax. Right. Okay, let's press this one again.
Hold it!
Yet Madame Tuspels has testified that you told her about both of those details.
Not true. I said nothing of the sort.
10 years have passed. Without material evidence to the contrary, you have no grounds on which to question the witness's word.
I think you're on the right track, but we need to prove the camera is his. I suppose that's fair. I suppose she could have just painted it on a fake camera.
Oh. Tell me, Madame Tuspels.
Oui?
What exactly did Mr. Drebber say about the blood that apparently splattered on him? Alors, this is what he told me. All of a sudden, he heard a very loud gunshot from behind his back. The bullet hit the figure who was emerging from the tomb in the middle of the chest, in his heart.
One dreadful sight after another.
And since Monsieur Drebber was at that time facing towards the condemned man, the blood sprayed from the wound and spattered on his body. That is what he told me.
So, not an experience you would ever forget, is it?
Precisely. And I didn't forget it. Because, as I've already said, it never happened in the first place. He's clearly lying. If only I had some evidence to prove it. We can't let him win, Mr. Naruhodo. So we mustn't overlook a single detail, no matter how small.
And afterwards I was visited by a young woman who sculpted a model of me from wax. I gave up on my dream of becoming a scientist. Okay. Let's press this one too then.
Hold it!
That young woman being Madame Tuspels, of course.
Precisely.
I must say, I didn't expect to run into her again like this 10 years later. As I have explained, I went by the name published in the article, and comme ça I found the man.
Yes, the article in the Daily Circus, I think you said. I was a poor student, with barely a penny to my name at the time. And the young lady put £5 in front of me. So you readily consented to having a waxwork of yourself made, and gave permission for it to be put on display. I did. I should sell what little I had to sell, I concluded.
Oui, I remember now. I purchased something else from you that day, n'est-ce pas?
Did you? I can't say I remember.
A camera! Okay.
What was it, madame?
His camera.
Oh yes. I made a point of taking it with me whenever I made an excursion into any cemetery.
You took a camera with you, sir. To what end?
To record the details of the bodies I disinterred. But I had no intention of ever visiting a graveyard again after that night. So I sold it.
I see.
But I still have it, monsieur. It is part of the special exhibit in my House of Horrors.
Misread that as disintegrated. That's one thing to be doing to the bodies.
I am very meticulous about such details. It is the Tuspels way. It would seem, then, that this is the very camera Mr. Drebber took with him to Lowgate Cemetery on the night in question.
Yes. Interesting. Okay. Okay. Okay, now can we go back to the blood splatter? Splatter. They always say spattering blood, and I expect it to say splattering.
Objection!
Mr. Drebber, do you remember this camera?
But that is the camera from that fateful night.
Yes, we borrowed it from the House of Horrors.
It's the camera you took with you to the cemetery that night, Mr. Drebber.
And Is that supposed to be significant?
This kind of camera is rarely seen in our homeland, so my colleague and I were keen to examine it closely. We noticed that the lens extends forwards on the end of some bellows. Like this.
Hold it!
What's that? There, just on the bellows. It looks like a dark red stain.
You know a lot about dark red stains, don't you, Venzeeks?
That's right. It's a rather conspicuous mark here on the bellows, in fact.
Good lord, are you suggesting?
It's wine. Don't worry, it's wine.
Yes, my lord. It would appear to be a spatter of blood. Something that could be confirmed with a simple chemical test. Isn't that right, Dr. Scythe?
Vince puts his leg up. I can't believe we still haven't gotten a leg up animation while you've been here, Ali. This is so cruel.
Venzeeks, who can spot a red stain from a kilometer away.
It would be difficult to determine if it was human blood and not the blood of some animal. But yes, to test whether or not it's blood at all is simple enough.
I propose that Madame Tusfel's testimony was corrected, and that on the night in question 10 years ago was correct. You were spattered with blood from the gunshot wound.
Well,
And that furthermore, you really did witness the condemned professor emerging from his tomb.
Get him, boy! Are you proud of us, Mr. Mouse Disciple?
There's simply no way you could have forgotten such a traumatic experience. In other words, the only explanation is that you're trying to hide the fact that you saw the professor that night.
Unethical panda! Thank you for following! Welcome, welcome, welcome!
Objection!
but why? Why would he want to do that?
Well, not for his own gain, it would seem.
Howdy!
For whose then? Who could benefit?
Mr. Drebber is obviously lying in order to protect somebody.
Is that a little animal on Miyonosuke's shoulder? Shunosuke! I feel like Ryu has the best character development of any Ace Attorney protagonist. I think so too! Yeah. Phoenix goes through a lot, but I don't feel like... Well, when you factor in Ace Attorney 4, Phoenix gets his whole arc. But it's really Miles who gets all of the character development. Hydrate! Thank you, Godzilla! Yes, sir! It's been really fun seeing Ryu, grow into himself, become more confident, and then watching how nervous he is in this trial, the way he keeps messing up his desk lamps. Oh, and Stretch. Big Stretch. The writers really put their all into The Great Ace Attorney. Yeah! I was debating if I should play it, and then Worthy started drawing it, and I was like, oh my god, I need to draw it so I can... this art is so tasty. And I was talking to them about it, and they said, yeah, I think it's better than the original Ace Attorney trilogy, and I was like, what? No, that's not possible. She was right.
My goodness, he's shielding someone.
Yes, my lord. And clearly, it's someone who doesn't want the truth about the professors coming back to life to be exposed.
Well, Counsel, who is it then? Who is this witness trying to protect by lying about what he saw that night?
Oh boy. That would have to be Dr. Scythe. I'm only aware of the original trilogy, so this is a learning experience. I am very glad to have you with us. We are doing huge spoilers. We're on the second game. Everything is interconnected. Continue at your own risk. Shutakumi put his whole Shutakusi into DGS King.
Take that!
The obvious answer is Dr. Scythe.
Scythe.
Whatever do you mean?
Imagine if the convict who'd been sentenced to death was not in fact killed. Imagine if that was to come to light.
What are you insinuating?
And imagine if the convict in question was the country's most hated mass murderer. If it was the professor.
That would be an unprecedented scandal.
Objection!
This is beyond a joke. Need I point out that the dead cannot come back to life?
Or simply have a poor memory so you can stick around and watch with us and forget everything by the time you go to play it. That too. But I do very much recommend playing it. It's absolutely excellent.
This is beyond a joke. Need I point out that the dead cannot come back to life? What you're suggesting would mean that the execution never actually happened.
Yes, that's exactly what it would mean.
Objection!
Once a man is sent to the gallows, he hangs. No one could escape, not in Great Britain.
Objection!
But the fact is, there was a witness to the fact that the man did escape his hanging.
If that were really true, counsel, the implications of misconduct would not stop at the supervising coroner.
And even after finishing it, watching this is super fun. Pug! Look it up, Barrow, agree with us, you know you want to. He can't! His whole, like, mental stability will be overturned if he finds out that the professor's death was covered up. This is true, I will most likely forget what's going on when I do get around to it. Pug!
It would taint the honor of the entire judiciary from the ground up.
After playing GGS, you find joy in other people's downward spiral during GGS. Yo hosey pussy!
Unbelievable. Banned.
And it's exactly because of these monumental repercussions that Dr. Scythe would consent to any demand made of her by someone who threatened to expose the secret, even if that meant being complicit in a crime.
You mean...
I like to discriminate against Ali specifically.
I mean that Dr. Scythe wasn't collaborating in Mr. Drebber's wicked scheme. She was coerced into collaborating in order to protect her decade-old secret. She switched the dead body of Mr. Asman with the waxwork model and fabricated the autopsy report.
Get him, Ryu!
Oh!
Everybody clap. We got the
Lord Van Zeeks!
Pray forgive my freshly filled hallowed chalice, and whole raft of other discourtesies now. Goodness me. It's just the sort of tall tale Londoners would enjoy, I grant you. An executed killer rising from the dead, a Scotland Yard cover-up, a conspiracy at the highest levels.
Josh is simping. It's very fun watching people enter a fandom and just the countdown moment to the trauma moments. Yeah! Like all of those Full Metal Alchemist firsts.
DGS 2-3, huh? 2-3, you say? Gee, I wonder what case we could possibly be doing.
This really has been one of the cases ever. Oh my god.
So let me ask you one thing.
What's that?
If the condemned man really did emerge from his tomb that night only to be shot in the chest, who pulled the trigger? And disposed of him forever?
No, don't be sorry, it's been so fun. Having some of my theories validated, especially my favorite theory, has been pretty pluggers.
Well, I have no idea at the moment.
Josh can forgive putting legs on tables, but he cannot forgive breaking glasses. We got the lag.
We have too little information to work that out at present, I think. I couldn't agree more.
The Old Bailey is no place for wild fantasies. Ugh. And have you considered this, my learned Nipponese friend?
Considered what? Do you realize just what a dangerous endeavor it would be to coerce?
Sorry, for some reason I thought it was her talking.
Do you realize just what a dangerous endeavor it would be to coerce this woman into such criminal activity?
It's tantamount to declaring war on the entire British police force and judiciary.
Quite. Hard to imagine any sum of money being offered for research could warrant it.
Rely on some stage deception when so much is at stake would be madness.
Well.
Well, I suppose. And this was no petty crime either. The victim was murdered. A man who'd already invested money in the venture and would be instrumental in future profits too. Yes, I had no reason to kill Mr. Asman at all. Or are you forgetting that his death results in me receiving not a single penny? The court is already aware of the contract between myself and the victim, no?
There is the contract, that's very true.
The motive for this case runs deep though. I can feel it.
Using threats to force the head of the forensic investigation team to cooperate is extreme, especially for a government grant he had no guarantee of receiving in the first place.
The research grant was the aim. Taking Mr. Asman's life would have made no sense anyway, which means Mr. Drebber's motive wasn't money at all. He was just trying to kill Mr. Asman. But why? What was his motive then? Your time is up, my learned friend. I'd say you have one last chance before the jury lose their patience with this charade. Charade?
Welcome back, Nautilus!
Let's see if you can back up your heady proposal, shall we? I kept thinking at least we won't get any more where he tosses it into the glass because he'd have to hit the mouse disciple. But there he goes! He just dodges! Those reflexes, King. How do you explain why this engineer would throw all caution to the wind and threaten his own country?
At this point, I'm not prepared to listen to more of this outlandish conjecture without proof. So, counsel, present your evidence.
Alright, who exactly was Mr. Asman to Drebber? There's a connection there that no one's seen yet. And I'm going to have to present 2 pieces of evidence to show what it is. Yes, my lord. The evidence that establishes a motive and explains why the witness wanted the victim dead is right here. Okay, that would be the article as the Asman signature, and then the contract shows that the signature is the same. Okay.
Take that!
It's this newspaper article, my lord. And that was written 10 years ago, and every detail has been examined already. What can it possibly tell us? What drivel should never have been written. It's typical gutter press nonsense. That means nothing. Yes, on its own it isn't particularly significant. However, when considered alongside another piece of evidence, it will completely explain your motive for wanting Mr. Asman dead. Same page, Ellie. And I bet we could have presented them in either order. What other evidence?
Counsel, you will present your supplementary evidence without delay. The evidence, which when cross-referenced with the newspaper article, establishes a motive for the deed.
Just triple checking.
Take that!
It's this contract, my lord. Look, Mr. Drebber, this is the contract you signed with Mr. Asman.
Yes.
That's right. The very document, in fact. The controversy! Unbelievable. That proves I had no reason to kill the man. No, I'm afraid not. What? There's something very significant that this newspaper article and the contract have in common.
Really?
And it's that common link that shows very clearly why you were determined to kill Mr. Odi Asman.
It seems the defense has uncovered something the rest of us have missed. So, my learned friend,
point out what these two pieces of evidence have in common. Where exactly is the link between this newspaper article and the contract?
Take that!
Friend more like boyfriend.
What these two pieces of evidence have in common is a signature.
The defense is simply constructed in an alternative manner, Van Zieks.
A signature.
The signature on the illustration that accompanies the 10-year-old article and the signature on the contract
Belong to the same person. What? Ugh.
As the court has heard, this illustration was drawn 10 years ago by the newspaper reporter who found Mr. Drebber and interviewed him about his ordeal. If you look closely, the reporter's signature can be seen in the bottom right corner of the drawing. And if you look at the contract here, which was signed between the witness and the victim last year, you can clearly see Mr. Asman's signature at the bottom.
Let me see now. Good lord, yes, they're identical.
Van Zieks, beloved. In short, the journalist who drew the illustration and wrote the article published about Mr. Drebber 10 years ago was the victim of this case, Mr. Odie Asman. Ugh. There you go.
Objection!
To be fair, I don't think he's prepared to go on Runo's wild tangents.
Yeah, you need to be able to follow him closely.
But explain to the court why. Why would that constitute a motive for the witness to murder Asman?
Well, if you think back, you'll remember that Mr. Drebber talked about that article in his testimony.
Grave robbing, you say?
Yes, exhuming fresh corpses to sell is reasonably lucrative.
That is quite beyond the pale. You would invite divine retribution, sir.
I like to think MD is just enjoying this whole kangaroo court while silent. Whether the amnesia is legitimate or not really changes how I think he feels right now.
Yes, well, I think I suffered retribution enough. The Daily Circus eventually unearthed my name and put it in print. It caused me a great many headaches. In the end, I had to leave the university. That was the only paper with the bad grace to identify me unambiguously, I might add. Then, I gave up on my dream of becoming a scientist, and it was all because of that newspaper article.
At the time, you were a student of the University of London who dreamt of becoming a scientist. However, this single newspaper article changed your entire life.
So Mr. Asman used to be a newspaper journalist, did he?
He did, my lord. In fact, it's a widely held belief that Asman managed to position himself at the heart of his criminal network, thanks to the many dubious connections he made during his time as reporter. So you had to give up on your dream and leave university. You lost everything. Eventually you found yourself working in the field of science, but only in the shadows. And all because of that article, written by Mr. Asman. Enough! Stop this endless drivel about my life. What?
Explain yourself, Mr. Drebber.
Yes, it's true. I had to leave the university as a result of that article. But it was just the straw that broke the camel's back.
What do you mean?
Almost every student of science in the faculty was too poor to actually conduct any research. But they struggled on with their hypotheses anyway. We all did, only to have them taken by vultures. Sooner or later, you knew your ideas would be stolen and patented by some rich or other, after all.
Good gracious.
Making a name for yourself as a scientist in a climate like that
was a miracle only a select few geniuses could ever hope to achieve. Personally, I wasn't one of those geniuses, so it was hardly a wrench. Being forced out of the university because of Lowgate was the best thing that could have happened to me.
Objection!
Mr. Drebber, do you genuinely believe that? Of course I do. Who's better placed to know whether or not I possess a talent for science than me? Well, I'm sorry to say that your words don't ring true at all.
How dare you?
And I have evidence to prove it.
How are you in a position to say anything about me? I don't know you from Adam.
Fine. If you think you have evidence, go ahead. Show it. What could you possibly have to disprove the idea that I was happy to leave the university because I lacked talent?
Grabber. It's a very prestigious award for a prestigious award for a young scientist.
Take that!
Do you remember this, Mr. Drebber? We found it at your workshop.
Is that a Royal Society trophy for excellence in science? What exactly is this trophy, Council?
Someone gave him a hug, but be careful. He looks kinda sharp.
It's the greatest honor that can be bestowed on a young scientist, my lord.
There is no higher accolade.
It recognizes emerging talent and promises a bright future.
Good gracious!
Your prospects for the future were excellent, weren't they, Mr. Drebber? Because even then, you were a genius in your field. But you lost everything. You had no more future. Your talents would go to waste. All as a result of this one newspaper article. I don't know when you realized who Mr. Asman was, but when it dawned on you that he was the same journalist who 10 years ago ruined your life, it's abundantly clear that you had no intention of forgiving the man.
If he can make a working hand out of clockwork, I'd say he's a genius. Right, look at him.
The truth is, finally, he's going to fold. Bitch. I love you, but come on. That Dragon Ball has headpiece. Oh yeah, Strongheart was a good guess for that, actually. Fine. Clearly this has run its course now. What? I admit it. All of it. What? What are you doing? It's exactly as the Japanese man said. I was coerced into going along with this man's plot to murder the victim, on the condition that he kept my dirty secret from 10 years ago.
No. Good lord!
I don't think she was coerced. Yeah, now that she's interrupted to argue against it, it does make it seem like perhaps it was a little less coercion.
Dr. Sack, do you realize what you're saying?
It's all true. That day, when I arrived at the Crystal Tower and saw the birdcage, my heart nearly stopped beating. That memory from a decade ago that I'd done my best to bury deep inside myself. It was the professor again, staring me in the face. And then, before I had a chance to react, I noticed something else. There was a note tucked inside the model's jacket. Dr. Scythe, you will go along with my plan, from someone who knows the truth about what really happened that night 10 years ago.
All the instructions were there in the note. Every detail was meticulously written out. I had no choice but to do what it said. I made the necessary alterations to the scene and fabricated the autopsy report as instructed. There was really no other choice. It had to be done to protect the judiciary. I can only apologize now. Something is wrong here. Yeah. This neatly explains everything, except for the things that it doesn't explain.
Why on earth would you buckle now?
What is it with Ace Attorney and somehow pulling evidence from X amount of years ago? Josh, play 1-4. Like, there's so many things we still don't know why there's blood on Andrew. Will! Howdy. How you doing? Good morning. The screwdriver's the main thing, I think. Can someone say autopsy report? Do you have an updated version? You do need to play 1-4. Legitimately, it's my favorite case ever. It's afternoon now. Sorry, I didn't check the time. Oh yeah. It's only just afternoon. It's been like 7 minutes. You are so mean to me. You having a good day? Well, there's no point trying to hide it anymore, is there? I would have done anything to stop it coming out, even collaborate in a murder. But the great lie about that execution 10 years ago has been exposed. Whatever happens, I'm finished. I'll be wrong for 7 minutes, I will revel in it. But yeah, I'm good. I'm glad. Not the reveling part. I'm glad you're good. I'm not glad that you're so mean to me.
Get him. Get him, Josh.
So then, Mr. Jabba, what do you say to that? Your accomplice has admitted everything.
Surely it goes without saying.
You admit your part in it too, then? I admit nothing. At all. What?
Get him. Get him, chap.
Have you forgotten that the kinesis machine was ripped to shreds by an explosion? Short of me admitting to a crime, there's really no possible way for you to prove I did anything wrong.
No! Can't check fingerprints either since you got clockwork arm and glove. God damn it!
Order. Order.
Whatever this man says, I admit everything. He threatened to expose my secret, so I went along with his plan. And Lord Van Zieks,
Yes.
I hope you'll accept my apologies. What happens next is in your hands, of course. A weird thing to say to him.
I have heard more than enough now. I hereby present the final findings of this court.
No, we haven't gotten to the bottom of this yet.
This trial is not the proper forum in which to pursue the alleged wrongdoings of Mr. Drebber. The defendant is Professor Albert Harebrain.
Very true. It had slipped my mind. Isn't he one of your closest friends?
As the court has heard, Dr. Scythe has admitted to the allegations brought by the defense, thereby absolving the defendant of any possible guilt.
You mean?
At the present time, it is the conclusion of this court that the defendant was not involved in any wrongdoing. The prosecution have any objection?
None, my lord. Congratulations, Mr. Narrator. You've proven Professor Harebrain's innocence.
Without further ado then, the adjudication. Unless the prosecution or defense have any other matters to discuss.
I don't know. This doesn't feel quite right. Why did Dr. Scythe suddenly admit to it like that? Is everything alright, Mr. Naruhodo? Like you said before, the way the trial is set to end now, the judge will certainly deliver a verdict of not guilty. But is that really what we want? What the defense should be pushing for now is... Listen to Sholmes. We see a shadow of the truth, we go chasing after it.
Objection!
The defense objects to the trial ending at this time, my lord.
I beg your pardon.
We demand one final testimony. Good boy.
What? You do realize I'm about to adjudicate in favor of your client, I presume.
What are you playing at now, my Nipponese friend? Why would you want to obstruct the conclusion of the trial at this point? No defense lawyer in his right mind would do that.
Mr. Naruhodo, what exactly are you thinking? The truth, the whole truth, and a way to bring it all out into the open. Right. Yes, in hindsight. Yes, one word of warning before I go. If, in the course of the trial this afternoon, you perceive even a shadow of doubt about the truth, don't let it out of your sight. Pursue it like a dog with a bone. Well, good thing I'm not in my... Well, good thing I'm not in my right mind, Lord Van Zeeks. One brain cell! The brain cell is focused on Sholmes. To the bitter end, you understand. Do not falter, whatever may come to pass. I'm sure Mr. Sholmes knew. He must have deduced that this would happen. Yes, I'm here in court to advocate for my client, and to secure an acquittal.
Obviously.
But that's not all. I believe that I have a duty to the court to pursue the whole truth of the case until every last detail is laid bare. And that is why the defense calls for further testimony from Dr. Scythe. Testimony from me. About what? About the nature of your collaboration with Mr. Enoch Drebber. Huh. In case it's escaped your attention, I've already admitted to everything I did. The whole truth has already been revealed. Cheeky! Late from napping. Naps are important. I hope you slept well. So stop wasting everyone's time. Ah. As his lordship made very plain, your client will get the acquittal you wanted for him. There's simply no point protracting this business further with another tedious cross-examination.
Pray forgive my careless handling of that hallowed bottle. I slipped.
That's what you call it? Thank you, Cheeky, for the hydrate and the stretch. Let me do both real quick. Someone needs to clean that up. How many people has Barack Van Zeeks killed with flying wine bottles? I thought that for a second and I hear glass smashing. It was the whole thing this time, Josh. You know, that's on you for tabbing out when Van Zeeks was on screen. You should have known this would happen. Each side is equally cracked. That's the real reason he's the Reaper of the Valley?
Yeah, the whole bottle. God bless. What is your objection, Lord Van Zeeks?
The prosecution also calls for supplementary testimony from the witness.
Don't be stupid!
If there is more to this case than has yet come to light, then I will join my learned friend in pursuing the facts until the bitter end.
You'll what? Lord Van Zeeks.
This is most irregular, to say the least. However, as the prosecution also calls for it, I will uphold the request. Dr. Scythe, you will testify for the court, explaining the full extent of your involvement in the murder apparently committed by Mr. Drebber.
He definitely wants to know more about the case 10 years ago. Yeah, and also just in general, he shows a very strong commitment to the truth, which I like about him. Alright, the waxwork plot. Okay, 1 second. It all began at the scene when I saw the waxwork and the note tucked inside its jacket. The actual body of the victim, as indicated in the note's instructions, was beneath the experimentation stage. The body had to be arranged in certain ways to implicate the defendant, which was my job. I enlisted the help of the entire forensic investigation team to dress the scene appropriately. The truth about the execution 10 years ago is a state secret at the highest level. I had to protect it. Well, I was right. The stage and the machine were all specially designed for the deception. So it seems, and all meticulously prepared. You did well to see through it. You're a very shrewd boy. Very kind of you to say. And what about this autopsy report then? All I did was record the location of the body as being in the Crystal Tower instead of under the stage. That's all. That's a terrible corruption. Only my team were aware of the deceit, and then only under my explicit instructions. Nobody else at Scotland Yard knew anything about it, I assure you.
You must be thankful for small mercies, I suppose. Well, I believe that testimony has clarified everything. There's no particular need for a cross-examination, I would say.
No, I disagree. I can't shake the feeling that something's wrong. Just look at that expression on Dr. Seth's face. She is so smug. And hot. And I'm gonna wipe that grin off her face. It's the defense's right to cross-examine any witness following testimony. What is it about you Japanese that makes you all so doggedly persistent? What an interesting thing to say. What an interesting thing to say that lends so much credence to my K.Asogi theory. Time to knock her off her high horse. Smug and hot and hot and hot.
Very well. If you so desire, counsel, proceed with the cross-examination.
Yes, my lord. Welcome back, TJ. The case of hot people. Hot got zone. The waxwork plot. Okay, so. It all began at the scene when I saw the waxwork and the note tucked inside its jacket. The actual body of the victim.
Out of the Baskervilles, we got it!
The actual body of the victim, as indicated in the note's instructions, was beneath the experimentation stage. The body had to be arranged in certain ways to implicate the defendant, which was my job. I enlisted the help of the entire forensic investigation team to dress the scene appropriately. Okay. Doggy Baskerville! Baskerville Shin. Body had to be arranged. I want to know more about what she did.
Hold it!
When you say arrange, I presume you mean with this. Okay, so that's how the screwdriver plays in. Cool. Yes. The instruction in the engineer's notes had something along the lines of abrogate some evidence to make it clear that Hairbrain alone could have killed Asmund. So, you mean that was your doing? I fetched Hairbrain's ridiculous screwdriver from the stage, and took it with me, alone, to the abyss under the stage where the birdcage had fallen.
Alone, Doctor.
I didn't feel it would be appropriate to involve anybody else in that particular part of the deception. There was a void under the stage where I found the birdcage lying in the dirt. I approached it, leaned down, and slowly opened it up. Then, I took the screwdriver in both hands and plunged it into the man's chest. And then you noted in your fake autopsy report as a fictitious cause of death. Exactly.
Sir, The actual cause of death was...
The trauma resulting from the 30-foot drop.
My word.
What is it, Mr. Sato?
The screwdriver looks like the Eiffel Tower, sounds like IFL. I deduct it was an accident and they fell. Is Sherlock Holmes in my chat right now? Mr. Sholmes, is that you?
Something about Dr. Scythe's last statement is playing on my mind, that's all.
Yes. Mine too. Dr. Scythe.
There's really no need to shout.
I can hear you perfectly well. The defense calls for you to add what you just said to your formal testimony.
Oh, which part? After playing this game, calling Sherlock sounds wrong. Sometimes when I try and say Sherlock Holmes, I say Sherlock Holmes now. Okay, let's have a look at the court record. I want to look at the photo of him again. So, he's got his big stab wound. I feel like... My new name is Binary Herlock Shomsy Shoms 9. Love that. Hurley. It's gotta be something... Yeah, I'm not sure what Ryu's getting at yet. Okay, so... He's lying here in the void underneath the crystal tower. We can see the glass that proves... No. Wait a minute, isn't he supposedly in the void underneath the stage? Why is he covered in glass if this is the void on... Oh, of course, because they moved him. Never mind, this is after they moved him. And then he's lying down here and she stabs him with a screwdriver. She stabs him with the screwdriver when he's lying down here, and then the blood dribbles down his chest? That doesn't make sense. How you stabbed Mr. Esmond in the chest. That part.
Fine, if that's what you want. There's really no need to point.
The prosecution concurs.
Patty.
Very well. You will supplement your testimony now, witness.
If you wish, my lord. I stood over the victim's corpse where it lay in the toppled cage and plunged the screwdriver into the chest.
Surely I can just present this now. This is a game of Ace Attorney, of course we're pointing. All we do is point.
Objection!
Seems like Van Zeeks doesn't like Scythe much now after learning about the case 10 years ago. Interesting. God, and this took you so fast, I took ages on this? I engaged all of my little brain thoughts. Oh my god. Sometimes I get stuck. There have been. I feel like whenever I get stuck on the stupid parts. It took me so long to get that. I just thought his titties were so big, of course the blood would drip so far down. Yeah. I've just found that because I tend to get stuck in Ace Attorney games a lot, I just need to go back over everything from the start. Because this looks like a slash wound. That was actually my first thought, is that he was, like, slashed. But then she's saying that she stabbed him. Wait a minute, that doesn't look like a stab wound. That's okay, DJ. Ryu will tell you. I've got a nasty feeling that this inconsistency points to an extremely uncomfortable truth.
What on earth is the matter, Counsel? Have you lost your tongue?
Is this a new theme? Yeah! New music!
Oh, Prelude to Pursuit. This is good. I like this.
I apologize, my lord. Dr. Scythe, in that last statement of yours, there's just one point. It seems to defy explanation.
Out with it, my learned friend.
There's an obvious inconsistency between your description and this photograph. Mix between Pursuit and Kazuma's theme? It sounds like it, right?
which shows the victim in the birdcage following the events that led to his death.
The court has already examined the photograph in depth. There's nothing new we can learn from it.
We get this theme when the mouse disciple is in the courtroom. Coincidence? I think not. Yes, we have already considered it, that's true. But we now know the facts of the case to be different.
What do you mean?
I believe we should let the defense explain. Where in this photograph did we see the alleged inconsistency with the witness's statement?
Take that!
Yeah, and its neighbor worked very hard on it, of course it's everywhere. It's a banger leitmotif. Look closely at the bloodstain on the victim's chest. It clearly extends in a downwards direction, towards the man's feet.
And why is that significant, counsel? If the victim was stabbed moments before the kinesis machine was set in motion, that's entirely expected. Of course, no, that's not what happened.
Exactly, my lord. Dr. Scythe made it very clear in her testimony just now, that the point at which she stole Professor Harebrain's screwdriver and stabbed the victim was after the grand deception was set in motion, when the birdcage had fallen below the stage out of sight. From the shape of it, it's clear that the birdcage would have fallen on its side after the 30-foot drop, and if the victim had really been stabbed whilst inside the birdcage in that position. The blood from the wound would have spread out equally in all directions. For it to have formed the longitudinal appearance we see in the picture is inconceivable. Given that the victim's blood seeped vertically downwards from the wound, it must be the case that when you stabbed Mr. Asman, he was standing up. In short, Dr. Scythe, your latest testimony was a total fabrication. Get him, Ryu. I knew it. I was right. Now I've identified that contradiction. There's only one way to explain the facts. We've all been under a great misapprehension here.
What? What sort of misapprehension?
Dr. Scythe, you claim you were coerced into helping Mr. Drebber as a result of the note he left in the waxwork. You claim that you made changes to the scene of the crime to implicate the defendant. And you claim that you authored a fake autopsy report to cover your tracks. But one of those claims is an out-and-out lie. Because the question of what the bloodstain really tells us has only one possible answer.
If that is the case, what is it, man? Counsel, you've clearly struck upon a revelation. Now tell the court what it is. Which part of Dr. Scythe's story is shown to be a lie by the contradiction in her testimony?
I mean, it's sort of all of it. It would be the stabbing of the victim. It was sort of all of it. Eric's getting tired of the dramatics.
Yeah.
The answer is very simple if you consider the sequence of events. If, when the victim was stabbed, the blood from the wound seeps downwards, as it did. Sherlock! Hug. I love you. Thank you, honey, Miss Nanny. If, when the victim was stabbed, the blood from the wound seeped downwards, as it did, we can be sure that the victim must have been either sitting or standing upright at the time.
But as you rightly pointed out,
The birdcage would have fallen on its side when it fell beneath the stage. Yes, it would. Which tells us that the victim must have been in that position of his own accord.
Objection!
that's impossible. The man was dead, remember?
No, that is the misapprehension. When the birdcage fell from the stage into the void below, it must have hit the ground with considerable force. But Mr. Asman didn't die in the fall. He probably lost consciousness for a while, but when he came round, he got to his feet to climb out of the cage. just as Dr. Scythe appeared. If the victim was in fact alive at that point in time, it changes everything. Ah! Mr. Odiasman's killer wasn't the defendant, Professor Albert Harebrain. Nor was it the mastermind behind the stage trickery, Mr. Enoch Drebber. It was you, Dr. Courtney Scythe.
Order! Order! Can this possibly be true?
Have you been taking me for a fool? It was you, was it? You killed him? You hoped that by admitting to being an accomplice in Mr. Drebber's scheme, the trial would end, before you were accused of a far worse crime. Cold-blooded murder. Oh, do shut up! You're so desperate now, you're making all this up. As if I would do something like that. I assure you, the defense is not desperate, Doctor. Mr. Naruhodo has established the facts using evidence and logic alone. I really like how they've translated the art style to 3D in this. They did a really good job. All of the art direction is, like, on point. Logic? Don't make me laugh. Sadly, your logic has a gaping hole in it. What? What do you mean? Shh. I'd have thought it was obvious. A motive, boy. You're lacking a motive. What possible reason would I have to kill Mr. Asman?
Asman was involved in any number of criminal activities, from coercion to theft to murder.
But there is no known connection to Dr. Scythe there. Oh my god, Sherlock Sholmes really is in my chat right now. DJ's been possessed.
I'm rather relieved to say it does seem somewhat far-fetched.
True, there's no obvious motive, but there's still something in the back of my mind. I feel sure I've seen something somewhere that hints at why the coroner might have done this. Yes, I might have tampered with the crime scene and concocted a fake report, but murdering someone for no reason is a very different story. No, when you questioned what possible reason you could have for wanting to kill Mr. Asman, something did come to mind. What?
What was it, counsel? Enlighten the court at once.
Yes, we saw it yesterday, didn't we? Something that seemed strange, but we had no reason to suspect it at the time. There's a particular object that explains why Dr. Scythe would have wanted to kill Mr. Asman. I actually am missing something now. Wait, that's right, scalpels. Those were the options, right? It was iron mask, scalpels, and screwdriver. The scalpels were being sold for a ridiculous amount, weren't they? Did we get to add that as evidence? No. But yes, it was, they were purchasing something like 500 scalpels a month.
Yeah, I was hoping to see the numbers again, just to review it for my own logic.
That did sound like money laundering. I wonder if that's... It has to be this. It's a scalpel. Or rather, scalpels. Like 4,000? Jesus.
Did you say scalpels?
Ah! It would appear that word has struck a chord, Doctor. You... Come on, out with it. It was yesterday, when we visited your laboratory. Laboratory. Look at this big, thick book here.
500? You are so good. Do not even worry about it.
It appears to be an accounting ledger. It's a record of the forensic investigation team's spending, I think.
Oh? What is it?
It's clear that the team purchases various equipment and supplies on a monthly basis, but one entry seems rather strange.
Really? In what way?
They're buying 500 scalpels every month.
$500 scalpels a month. At first, I wondered what on earth you could be using that many scalpels for. But actually, I realize now it's not the scalpels themselves that are significant. It's the money for them, disappearing every month from the department's accounts. Asmon's criminal organization relied heavily on extortion for its funding, tracing the money from the forensic investigation team's account to find out where it was going. Would be extremely straightforward. Ugh. 10 years ago, when Mr. Asmon was still a journalist and wrote this article about Mr. Drebber, he may well have stumbled upon information as he was researching the story. Information relating to Dr. Scythe's darkest secret that he would use to rack money from her for the next decade. Her darkest secret? Good lord, you mean? I don't know what happened on the night of that execution 10 years ago. But clearly the opportunity to rid yourself of that menace was too tempting to pass up. So in the end, you weren't coerced at all, were you? You did it entirely of your own free will. You stabbed Mr. Asmon in the heart with all your might. To silence the blackmailer who knew your dark secret forever. You'll never understand. None of you. What we've had to keep covered up all these long years. Cool. Sorry, I was reading chat, but I didn't want to interrupt the final moment. Shams, I think, would try to eat a scalpel for science, but it's a physical impossibility, so he would quickly give up. I'll say bye, Cheeky. Enjoy your dinner. Alright, okay. As very little of the machine remains after it was ripped apart by the bomb, the truth of this case can never be properly established unless you speak out. And if you decide not to, it's very possible that Courtney Scythe will escape punishment for her crimes. Please, sir, own up to what you've done and tell the court the truth about what happened. Love this case. Yesterday, I was talking to my friend about Ace Attorney, and he was like, are there any cases that involve embezzlement? And I was like, I think there's one or two. Amazing! Amazing how everything comes together. 10 years ago, you told the truth, and you were robbed of a bright and successful future as a result. I can certainly understand your bitterness, and your consternation now. However, this is surely the chance you've been waiting for, to sever the hold that fate's had over you all these years. Super high voltage instantaneous kinesis? I mean, really. It's the addle-brained mock scientists that are the worst, you know. They don't recognize the fact that they don't have talent. They can't even get that right. And so they end up chasing impossible dreams, having unbridled faith in their abilities. They go on and on about their wonderful hypotheses, their stupid eyes shining like a little child's. They make me sick. I can't abide their foolishness. Careful, Mr. Drebber. I was particularly pleased with the kinesis machine. It made for quite a show, didn't it?
So you admit it. You admit that it was nothing more than a sham made for the purpose of killing the victim.
Yes, I admit it. I did it all in the name of revenge. Revenge for the future that Mr. Asmon's article had deprived you of 10 years earlier. But the revenge you sought didn't stop at Asmon, did it? Which is where the very particular waxwork comes in. Yes, I see.
The condemned convict that you saw rising from the grave in Lowgate Cemetery 10 years ago. If your account of those events was all true,
then obviously Scotland Yard couldn't afford to acknowledge what had happened. Even if it meant discrediting a bright young man and crushing any future career he might have had.
so your plan required that you abduct that particular waxwork model, in order to exact your revenge on Scotland Yard as well.
Or on Dr. Scythe, to be precise. It was a year ago, by some extraordinary twist of fate, Asmon turned up at my workshop. He didn't remember who I was, of course. He just wanted to employ my services as an engineer. And he happened to have a paper with him. An article on the front page caught my eye. About the coroner who'd handled that bogus autopsy being appointed head of a new forensic team. When I learnt that news, my cognitive processes started to devise the plan. What a horrid tale! You robbed me of my future, so I wanted to use the man's own wiles against him, for revenge, and have that rotten Scotland Yard eating out of my hand at the same time. I wanted them all to suffer the same humiliation I'd had to suffer. Your actions against those who'd ruined your future were justified as revenge. At least, yourself. Certainly, no one has the right to destroy another's prospects, especially for purely selfish gain. And yet, in carrying out your plan, you did exactly that to someone else, didn't you? Did I? Professor Harebrain's only crime was passion for his hypothesis, but you had no compunction about sacrificing his future to effect your revenge. You knew that he would be forever branded a failure and a fraud. Live long enough to see yourself become the villain, etc. Perhaps life treated you unfairly 10 years ago, and others' misconduct left your life in tatters. But remember this. Your own actions resulted in exactly the same thing for another perfectly innocent young man. Thank you for the head pat, George! Whenever I see that animation, it makes me so happy. Little head sketches. Grabba. Poor guy. That my favorite lawyer streamer? I'm pretty sure I'm your only lawyer streamer. Lord Van Zeeks, Lord of Dr. Scythe. An immediate warrant for her arrest has been granted, and she's been remanded in custody, my lord.
Thank you.
I presume she will face trial in the coming days, along with Mr. Drebber. A most regrettable situation indeed. She's made great contributions to her profession over the years. It really is a hard truth to swallow. However, that is a topic for some future occasion. For now, Professor Harebrain.
Cornering the market on learning?
Yes? It seems there was a great deal more to your experiment than you realized. However, I think we can assume now that all the sordid details have been brought to light,
This case is a roller coaster of taste. The first half was bitter and it gets better and better. It is so good. This one was really fun.
This has been a very long and profound trial, but I'm pleased to say you are absolved of all guilt.
This whole experience has taught me a very great but very painful lesson. Me, this dedicated scientist, this devotee of natural philosophy, I've been selfish and self-centered, and above all, a fool.
This feels so great that it's not the victim of third case syndrome. Neither was the first games. McGilded's was really interesting as well. It felt very much like the On-Guard case, except obviously a little different. Posture check. Oh my. My posture was quite bad. And hydrate. Thank you for both of them, Strawberry. Let me drink some water. Professor.
Spent my life thinking of nothing but my research. Misguidedly believing that I could do whatever I set my mind to despite my lack of talent. And the worst of it is, in the process, I've caused others pain and misery. Others who are far, far greater people than I.
No, Professor, that's not true. What? Don't tar yourself with the same brush as Drebber. What happened was his doing, and his alone. His outcome is his fate, not yours. You're not to blame in any way. He's a good person. Lord Van Zieks. And the derision with which he referred to you earlier, calling you a fool, talentless even. The man has no idea. To believe in yourself and work your fingers to the bone to realize your dreams. That's laudable, not laughable. No one has the right to deride another for such choices. Oh. Thank you, Baroque.
So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Yes, my lord? It is this court's expectation that you find the defendant not guilty of the charge of which he stands accused. I presume there are no objections.
None from me, my lord. Certainly not. This trial has really made me think.
But this is the right decision. It will be proven methodically and rigorously. I have no misgivings whatsoever.
Huh? What's that? He's done, is he? It's all over?
I don't know what's become of the yard these days. I don't recognize the place. Very well. In that case, I hereby pronounce the defendant not guilty.
Success! I can't believe British courts are allowed to just set off fireworks in the very old, historically important building. Not guilty! Pug.
Court is adjourned.
We done did it!
It's over. That was some trial.
Post-trial time! I'm excited. I feel like we are going to get a little bit more bomb dropped on us.
24th October, 4:33 p.m. The Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. Professor, what a splendid outcome, isn't it?
Oh, it is!
Congratulations, Professor Hairbrain.
Mr. Naruhodo? Mr. Sato? I am truly beside myself with gratitude. How can I ever thank you enough?
I'm just glad it's all been cleared up, that you realized you were just caught up in a bad situation.
Right now, you know, if I had that research grant money, I'd give the whole lot to you, every penny.
Well, that's very kind, but I'm just a student, so... You don't need any financial reward. Your acquittal is more than enough.
The Naruhodo way.
Oh dear.
Well, what can I do? Aha! How about this, as a memento? The paper about my hypothesis is inside. Well, just as a memento then. Thank you. I have been wondering, Professor. I'm just a student, so I need it to survive. What are you going to do now? Oh my. Yes, what am I going to do?
You know, Ryu did say that he wants to start collecting mementos and have something to remember each case by. Good for him.
My hypothesis in my great machine lie in ruins. But still, it's been too long since I was last in London, so perhaps I'll enjoy some sightseeing. I must explore the Great Exhibition whilst I'm here too, and see if new inspiration hits me. Oh yes, that's a wonderful idea. I can't allow that. Lord Van Zeeks, what are you doing in here? Barrock!
I'm sorry you had to go through that, Albert.
Well, if I'm honest, it was terrifying. You were like a great demon behind your bench there, snarling down on your prey.
And you're one of the few true friends I have. And I couldn't leave it to anybody else to handle the prosecution. Or the defense.
Sorry? Or the defense? Did I just hear that right?
I always knew that you had my best interests at heart, don't worry.
How about you show me around while I'm here in town? He trusts Ryu!
I'm having emotions.
It's been a long time since we left university, we have a lot to catch up on.
Listen, Albert. In a few days, your acquittal will be made official. When that happens, you must head straight to Dover. I'll accompany you.
No, Van Zeeks, please don't go out of town. Please don't go out of town. Please don't go out of town. What? You go to Dover and a murder's gonna happen and you're not gonna have to be in town and I'm going to have to go up against your disciple and I can't do that. Queen, hi, how you doing? Shut up. Van Zeeks going out of town and the disciple going to act. Exactly. Oh my god. Okay.
What? From there, you'll cross the channel and make your way back to Germany. I've already purchased the tickets.
But no! Hold on a minute, Barrock. What about the Great Exhibition? This is the chance of a lifetime for me. I want to look around.
No. No sightseeing, Albert.
Huh? Why didn't that one work? Glad I made it though. I am very glad you made it. He's worried about the Reaper's curse? I was about to say, is something big about to go down? The curse.
Ugh. Sometimes it's hard to see any warmth in those eyes, Barrock. Lord Van Zeeks. What's all this about?
A necessary precaution.
Yes, I think I understand.
You do?
Well, Iris told me that when you met Lord Van Zeeks at his office some days ago, he asked how Mr. Natsume was doing. Yes, that's right. I remember being surprised at the time, and thinking it was nice of him to ask. The point is, Mr. Natsume is still alive and well, even though it's been more than 6 months now since he stood trial with the Reaper as the prosecutor. You mean the Reaper's influence doesn't stretch overseas?
Those in the Reaper's sights meet their ends days or sometimes months after their acquittal.
Worked for me, but Twitch has been weird about my subs for some reason. I got an ad on a stream I was subbed to recently. That's so bizarre. Twitch API changed recently. I see.
That's been the pattern up to now.
But of course, we know that both Mr. Natsume and Gina are completely innocent.
True. And perhaps that governs the Reaper's action. The truly innocent are spared. But I don't want to take any chances with a close personal friend.
But Barrock!
Like the moustached Nipponese, this man should leave the country without delay. That's why I'm packing him off to Germany at once.
Right. Does your friend-shaped package get any say in it? Goodness! Was this your intention all along then, Lord Van Zieks? In court, where people think of him as the Reaper, this man seems absolutely merciless. And yet, sometimes I feel as though I don't understand him at all.
Time to go, Albert. Back to the prison for the time being.
Ah, yes, alright. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo, thank you so much for everything. Not at all, Professor. It was a pleasure getting to know you. Best wishes, Professor Harebrained.
Right, once the dust is settled, you must come and visit me in Germany.
Anyway, goodbye for now.
Interesting. Now, my Nipponese friend.
Oh, yes? I thought you'd gone too.
We have matters to discuss. Can you spare me some time?
You want to talk with me?
I'll be waiting in the courtroom in 10 minutes.
Hog, Van Zieks conversation. Love to see it. Well, that was strange. For some reason, I didn't get that sense of impending doom as he walked away this time.
It's happening!
Last time someone went into a courtroom after the trial was over, they burned to death.
The Enigma, Barak Van Zieks. What does he want to discuss, I wonder? The answer awaits in the courtroom, I suppose. Here goes then. "24th October, 4:58 p.m. The Old Bailey courtroom.
I'm really nervous. I like that we still stand on opposite sides.
And he's there. Okay. Okay, deep breaths.
So, are you satisfied? You saved a guileless scientist from a great injustice.
Yes. I think so. I'm relieved, at least, that the man's innocence could be proven.
Anyway, I imagine you've been wondering where my animosity towards you Nipponese comes from.
Oh, it's happening!
Standing in a courtroom 10 meters apart because we're professional. Two bros.
Well, at first I thought you just didn't like me. I imagined you saw me as a pretentious child from an unimportant land who had no business being here. But now I think differently. You clearly know our ways, so I would guess that some specific incident led to your thorough dislike of my race. Will you tell me what happened, please?
And the professor. I thought I'd never hear that name in this courtroom again, to be honest.
He took your brother's life.
Clint. My brother was Clint Van Zieks. 16 years ago, when I was still just in my teens, he was already the director of prosecutions and a key member of the judiciary. I looked up to him. He was everything I aspired to be. He was involved in the establishment of justice systems in foreign countries as well. There were exchange programs between Britain and other nations then too, to share knowledge and ideas. As part of one of those programs, 3 judicial students came to Britain from your homeland, the Empire of Japan.
I'm sorry. I just want to go back to the murder board for a second and take a moment to circle some things. I know we're about to have everything revealed. I'm not going to take very long. So, 3 judicial students from Japan, huh? So we've got Mikotoba, Judge Jigoku, and then who, huh? Who on earth could our 3rd judicial student be?
We'll see. We'll see.
know. If it was 16 years ago, then one of them could have been my father.
Of course. I remember Dr. Mikotoba well.
I had no idea.
I was a minor at the time, training at the prosecutor's office. One day, Clint introduced me to the 3 visiting Nipponese.
So, you've actually met my father?
He and his colleagues were polite and amicable. They were adept at their work and exacting in their standards. It was my first encounter with the Nipponese spirit, and it made a very great impression upon me. But 6 years later, that's when it happened. The investigation was going nowhere. There were no suspects even, just an ever-growing list of victims. And in the end, my brother became one of them. The last, in fact, before the case was finally resolved.
I'm so sorry, Lord Van Zieks. Truly.
Clint was always ready to put his life on the line for justice anyway. So he wouldn't have wanted it any other way. He lost his life to the killer, but it was his victory in the end. For me personally, though, it was a great loss. I found myself in a very dark place indeed. When I finally found out the killer's identity, the reason why no one had been able to catch the man sooner ceased to be such a mystery. He'd been hiding in plain sight all the time.
Was he the professor? In plain sight?
And you were aware of political events 10 years ago. It was a period of extremely sensitive diplomacy between the British and Japanese empires.
So just like we couldn't accuse Josiah of Wilson's murder. A new treaty was being forged, I think.
Correct. The Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation was being concluded. The leaders of both countries were deep in extensive political discussions. Which is why this particular killer's appearance in court was conducted as a closed trial. If the British public had known the identity of the killer, not only would the treaty have been in jeopardy, but our 2 nations could very well have ended up at war.
What? A war? Between Britain and Japan? That would mean... Oh my! You mean to say the professor was...
When the trial reached its conclusion earlier, I thought to myself, yes, it's time. Time for you to come face to face with this hideous monster. I borrowed the key for the mask from the proprietress of the Waxwork Museum. So see for yourselves now. Confirm it with your own eyes. The truth that's been hidden this past decade.
That's the professor?
Yes, that's him.
Until now, the thought never even crossed my mind. That the mass murderer, whose crimes shook Britain as never before, was Japanese.
Wait a minute. That face. I feel as though I've seen it somewhere. It's strangely familiar.
Father.
What? Father? Kazu! Kazuma! My best friend, Kazuma Asogi.
There are tears on my. I am sobbing.
After a whole year,
I am fully sobbing.
finally his memories returned.
Oh my god!
He stood there before me.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Thank god he's okay! Thank you, Maisie! Thank you so much! Oh my fucking god! Oh. Thank you, Robin! Thank you, everybody, for the head tap! Oh my god! Thank you, Strawberry! Oh my god! Thank you, Queen, also! I'm not crying, you're crying. Thank you, Josh! Oh, look at him. Just like always, he's got that gentle breeze on him. His theme. Okay, let's face the rest of the cutscene. Oh, his expression.
Hello again. My friend.
Kazuma-sama!
Judicial Assistant Mikotoba.
What?
It's been a very long road. Thank you. Thank you
His
for
smile.
guiding my friend here when I could not.
Oh my fucking god!
It was
That
an
is
honor.
harder.
I knew you wouldn't die that easily. Kazuma. I owe you thanks, too. For taking good care of that in my absence. Oh,
His soul.
Karuma. The great blade of the Asogi clan. Passed down through the generations. When we left Japan, this sword was at my friend's side. The Japanese man's katana is his soul, and he couldn't be parted from it. But then, when the incident happened, it was Susato-san's wish that I inherit the sword, and I've kept it with me ever since, along with my memories of the friendship we shared. With this by my side, I always felt that you were watching over me somehow. I've made it. At last. Father. Are you saying... Surely not. You mean, you knew all this time? I'm looking at it. But... I still can't believe it. This mass murderer is Kazuma's father.
Oh, sweetheart. The way he shook. I hope that was cathartic, sweetheart.
Kazuma-sama.
Ryunosuke, we have much to talk about, but now is not the time. I'll be seeing you.
Oh, he wants to act so calm and cool.
That's all Kazuma said. Before he turned and left us there, in the courtroom.
Oh my god. Okay. Okay. That was so many emotions. They really should have hugged. I didn't think they would, because the animators would then have to animate that. But that's okay. That's my job. That's my power as a fan artist. I will be drawing that exact scene. I want to draw them holding each other so tightly. Like that kind where like Ryu has just started to sob and they are like just clinging to each other. Oh my god. That was so many feelings. Feelings aside, I fucking... Sorry, that was a bit loud. I fucking called it. I got it. I did it. The murder board come through. I was a little wrong. I fully admit I was wrong about Asogi's role in it. I didn't want to presume that Kazuma's father would be a murderer, so I had him pegged as the defense attorney. But other than that, that was pretty good, right? And we do have to give credit to everyone's favorite theory, Asogi Shin, because if I hadn't thought of Asogi Shin, I never would have thought that Kei Asogi wouldn't be Kazuma. We never would have got to Kazuma dad theory. Oh, that feels really good. Oh my god. Vindication! Oh, excellent. Okay. Okay. How's your tears, Cotton? I'm good. I'm gonna drink some water. Oh my god. That was brutal. I remember wanting to punch a wall. Yeah. Oh. I like threw my chair back from my desk. I nearly fell out of it. Watching the murderboards while knowing what's going on. Oh my goodness. Okay, we've still got a lot of questions for the murderboard though. I'm not entirely sure how Josiah Brett plays into this, for instance. But we will certainly work it all out. Lots of screaming. I'm really excited to watch your VODs once I finally finish this, Queen. Okay. Okay. So, he's the living after image of the man who took my brother's life, is he? Yes, Kazuma Asogi, my best friend. 3 months ago, when Lord Strongheart introduced us, I had an inkling there was something there, some connection. Why did Lord Strongheart do that? Why did he make Kazuma Lord Van Zeek's apprentice? And when he was suffering amnesia too— well, is it that it did seeing his father snap Kazuma out of the amnesia, or was he never amnesiaed and was just pretending for some reason? Do we know? The man was apprehended, even executed, but his legacy just won't die. That's the sad truth. Anyway, that's all I had to say. I thank you for meeting with me as I asked. Oh my god. Okay. Okay, I was prepared for that to happen in case 5, not case 3. He saw his father and murdered everything, I think. Alright. Fair, fair.
10 years ago, my grandmother took me to the railway station. We were there to meet my father from the train. For me, it was the first time I'd ever seen him.
Poor Susato-san. All this is tied up with painful memories for her, too. She's never talked about this with me before, though.
It took time to adjust to having father around, but just when I was starting to get used to it, he called me into his study one day. He told me that a great friend of his had passed away in London, and that the friend had left behind a son, a boy 7 years my senior. Father told me the boy had made a promise to his late father, that he was studying to become a defense lawyer. I wanted to help, so I studied to become a qualified judicial assistant. She became a judicial assistant for her friend. Oh, that's so sweet. As I'm sure you've worked out, the young man's name was Kazuma Asogi. So you see, that's how he and I met.
A little found family. Oh
For a
my
brief
God.
moment, my great friend had returned, only to disappear again all too soon. But in that fleeting encounter, something stirred. Something that had been dormant for a long time. As if great wheels had been set in motion. I could almost hear them creaking into life. In some ways, it was the end of a chapter, but in many, it was the start of a new one.
What a case. Oh my god, what a case. How is case 2 or 3 got it? Those are really good things. Oh, the way that had me sobbing. Let's just save over one of the quattro. Right, 2 or 3? Yeah. Best case so far. Out of all the DGS cases, yeah. Thank you, Queen. Oh my god. Yeah, out of 10. Yeah, that sure was, sort of everything. That was so much. Great detectives are wont to lie. Twisted karma in his last bow. That's interesting, the next one. The punches aren't stopping, so brace yourself. Oh my god. Yeah, there's still a lot of questions we have unsolved. Let me take us over to Clip. Bring up some music to listen to. Let's find... Where precisely is it? I'm looking for a specific song. This one. There we go. Okay, sorry, let me undo that real quick. There we go. Okay. I do not have the presence of mind to, hello? Why am I lagging like this? Cries. I definitely don't have the presence of mind to, work about everything coming next. I will have a look at this before we go into the next one. Off the top of my head right now, the main questions I have are, let me pick a larger brush. A smaller brush. Sorry, I'm Goldilocksing this. Lord Strongheart? Question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark? Alright, what else do we need to uncover? We need to uncover the Hound of the Baskervilles, which we know is tied up in the Professor case. How does I threat? Goes into all of this. Flash a shin. What else do we need? We still don't know how the Morse code works, since it now is 3 out of 4 dead, which is scary for Gregson. But he's going to Paris! Interesting, Gregson going to Paris because he's in danger? Anyway, but the Morse code... yeah, how the professor, the prof's resurrection, which obviously was just that he didn't die. They never named Kazuma's father. We need to work out, Kei Asogi name. I'm still sitting a little bit on my Karama theory. I don't think it, works very well. I just don't have anything else to call him. Kazuma's father, never named. Okay, there's definitely more. I will be having a big think about this between streams. And speaking of between streams, tomorrow I will be setting up for a convention, and then over the weekend I will be at a convention, and then on Monday I will be recovering from a convention. So expect the next stream to be on Tuesday. If I'm feeling up to it, we'll stream Monday, but I don't think I will be. Okay, permission to send funny meme, Your Honor? Give me 1 second. Oh my god, imagine being able to type. Sorry, I like legitimately cannot type. Is it a slash or an exclamation point? Let's try both. Thank you, I will have fun. There you go, permission granted. I miss you guys. What have we got? Let me open this, let me put it on clip so we can all enjoy it. Beloved. Yes, this man is the pride. He's gay. The famous consulting detective, Mr. Herlock Sholmes. You have another one? Alright, let me get you that other one too. Supernova is happening. Are you Melbourne then? That's exciting. Thank you, Ramen. Let me open this one too. I'm busy now, I just ate glass by accident. You what? Please leave me alone, I ate glass. That was part of a scalpel. I love him. The lightheartedness is appreciated. I'm feeling very stressed. Wait. Okay. Okay. With that, yeah, my friends and I didn't get emails about it, so we heard about it a week ago, so we aren't cosplaying? Oh my god. Yeah. God. Still, that's fun. Are you there as an attendee or as an artist? Let me pull up Twitch, see if anyone's streaming right now. Attendee currently? Cool! It would be great to see you. Okay, who have we got? Oh, cute. Okay, we can go visit Small Town Spells. Okay. Okay, wow, that sure was a case, huh? That sure was so very much a case. That final cutscene. He's alive! Oh, thank god, he's alive! Oh my god, he's alive! Oh my god. We need to work out what the hell happened here. Did he hit his head and then Sholmes realized he developed amnesia and helped him, like, smuggled him off? What on earth? How did he get to England with amnesia? He's alive and he's got a fancy outfit. And he knows who we are, which means that actually I'm suddenly very, very excited for Van Deeks to go out of town so that we get to face him in court. I really am thinking that that's what's gonna happen. I wanted you to wear the DLC outfit because of how much views changed and the contrast with Kazuma. Oh, I really like that. I'm glad I trusted you. Good advice. He was always a bit ripped. Oh my god, he's alive. I love him so much. Literally the weight of my shoulders. Thank god. The skin tight suit. I love him, I love him, I love him, I love him, I love him. I love him. Okay, okay. Time for bed. That was so very much. Okay, thank you guys so much for experiencing this with me. I'm really happy to have these, like, so
Everyone here on this journey with me is so lovely, and I'm really grateful that it's like you guys, you know? It's been such a lovely group. Alright, okay, good night, love you, bye!